Help me turn it into my brightest day. Please.
More like brightest gay. No. Stop attempting to internet or network. Brother.
You do not have permission.
I forbade it. I forbid it. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that looks so much better. See, the question is, but what do I do in the meantime? Is This is gonna be a very stupid question.
Hello. Alright. I'm ready.
Rebirth Resurgence still a thing?
Yes, but I'm unsure if I even have that game installed.
Oh, okay, even better. We're just not gonna consider that.
I got real mad at it last time we played.
I feel that. We need a window capture. What do I have VLC? No. Where's visible? I capture the cursor. Okay. Ah, you know? Where's my smoke net? I can think this over with that. You have tomorrow off? Or today off? You do? Okay.
Do. I am off until Sunday.
Heck yeah. Cool.
Yep.
I may have to end up reinstalling multiverses. Actually, I don't
All
know.
of a sudden that was added back to my library.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't even realize it was back. I was like, oh, all right, cool. Heard it's like they were saying it's like 38 or 30 something hours of fucking PvP grind time to unlock the characters unless you want to buy the one. It's pretty rough.
I would just be honestly fine if they just sold it for like 60 fucking whatever, how
Yeah.
$70.
Why do you gotta drag my balls over fucking glass? Like, just let me buy it outright.
But multi-tiered currency in game system.
We'll get more money from you because you'll play longer, right?
Oh man. But the capitalism meta.
Huh. A Dungeons and Dragons Dead by Daylight crossover just launched June 3rd too. That's weird. Dungeons and Dragons must have something big coming. They're reaching tentacles out everywhere.
Subway. Somehow. Fuck. Okay. So that.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Bife here.
Oh. Capture area. I want to capture cursor. Cool. Alright.
Just sit here and just stare at the final shape screen for 10 hours.
I could. So what are we gonna do? Nothing.
We're going to watch paint dry until this fucking game turns on. That's what we're gonna do, and you're gonna like it.
Actual digital paint. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Was X Defiant any good?
I didn't have many problems with that game. It was a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like felt like playing old arcade, like actual fun Call of Duty. It was weird. The operator's skills made it enough of a change to where it didn't. It
It's like
seemed.
a quasi-class team-based shooter or class-based
Yeah,
shooter.
yeah. Because
Huh.
like there's like a tank class, and there's a stealth class, and there's a support class, and there's a damage class, and
I don't.
like you have a couple different like alts you can pick between them, and then there's gonna be right now it's like Splinter Cell, the Division, um, Ghost Recon, what was that other one?
This is basically Tom Clancy presents All Stars shooter.
Yeah, it's like Tom Clancy's multiverse. Or multiverses,
super
that's
super Tom Clancy shooter.
yeah. And
Oh,
then the rumors are that Assassin's Creed is coming as a faction, so they'll have their own unique abilities, and
I could
I,
see the
I
Templars more than like a I don't know, Creed thing. Well, isn't like Watch Dogs also part of
Watch
that
Dogs, yes,
universe?
Watch Dogs and Far Cry. Those are the current ones. That's the two I couldn't remember. Watch Dogs is like a tech class to where they can disable your abilities, and you have this autonomous little spider bot that you can send out, and it's just super annoying because if it locks onto you, it'll just zap you and shock you in place.
Interesting.
Yeah, but the only way to get it off is if one of your teammates shoots it off. One of my favorite classes, actually.
How big was it?
I don't know.
Is it free to play?
It is free to play. There are, of course, packages you can buy, and I liked it enough that I gave them some money for it.
Is it like you get a set of uh, characters? I'm trying to install Ubisoft actually, so
Yeah.
it's a pain in my ass right now.
They have like the normal silver gold package or whatever, but it's like normal price, $69 if you want the gold package, and it gives you character skins, some weapon skins, but it unlocks DedSec, which is the um, Watch Dogs class for you, so you don't have to grind that, and it
Hmm.
also gives you the next two factions that they add for
Okay.
free with that. Other and then it goes down for like from there, but
Hmm.
you don't have to buy anything. You can grind everything in the game.
Okay, so if you
Man,
want
and
like a certain character, you can just
grind
gr-
dwarf.
grind that ass.
Mm-hmm. Library.
Yeah. Check it out. I had to reinstall Ubisoft Connect because it just it wouldn't update.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it was like, okay, I'm gonna update now. Oh, I'm sorry, I failed.
Looks like it's like 31 gigs. It's not even that outlandish.
Hmm. Okay. This is just the the video. This ain't
Yeah.
yeah. Let's see if there's audio though.
I've covered Destiny's
Okay, there's
lore
audio.
for just over 7 years
Uh-huh.
now, and
Yep.
ahead of the end of Destiny's
Okay.
first saga, I'm taking this chance to give you all a look into the complete story of Destiny so far. But if I can take just a moment or two of your time, there are some things we should really talk
Nice
about
Bluetooth.
before we start this video.
Spiff?
Firstly, I wanted to let you know that this video is the longest that
Good.
I've ever made, and if you're watching this after the premiere,
Same
you'll see that it
chicks.
is well over 9 hours long.
Nothing but
There
same
are 2
chicks.
missions
Hey, wait a
in
second.
this video,
This didn't ask
so
for my
make sure you do
two-factor.
so.
Wait,
Now,
did I
stretch, hydrate,
give it the
and
option to
all
not
those other things that you
do
would
that?
need to do
I don't
on a
fucking
break.
remember.
Take your time.
Did I
If you wanna
two-factor
watch this in
myself?
parts, I'm
I think I just
certainly open
two-factored
In
myself to
fact,
one
with the
factor.
video with you guys in mind as well. There are chapters
Can't
that you can
divide
go
like
to
that?
and
What the-
navigate to, and of course,
You
if you need to
collapse in
come
on
back at
yourself?
any particular point in time, you can watch this all in
Oh, I
bite-sized
guess I just have it ready to
sections. If you want to skip to a
install?
specific part of the
It's just
story,
X is
that's
fine, right? There's
I also
no...
want to be frank with you guys about something.
Yep,
Making
should
these
be
larger projects is
Xtify.
not cheap.
Okay.
And I make sure to
30
invest in large
gigs.
projects because
I don't think I'm
it's
expecting
really
anything else from
efficient for
Steam.
itself.
Dude,
It's not an
one thing I'll give
insurmountable barrier,
Ubisoft
but it
is
does
like,
mean that every
wait till you
big project
see
is a very
how
big
fast you
decision
can
to
pull
make.
down from these servers.
Oftentimes, it's a very
Oh,
scary
yeah,
decision to make
let's see.
because of the risk
Okay.
involved. And that's why we went looking for a sponsor who would help us cover the costs and justify the creation of this video. They gave me complete creative control over how to talk about them, so before we even mention who they are, I just want to go ahead and shoot straight with you all and tell you that this video was actually possible thanks to their funding. So with that in mind, hopefully that makes you a lot
Where did
more
my
pleased to hear
breakdown go?
this
Oh, there it
video
is.
was sponsored by
Ooh,
GEFORCE,
that's,
who I'll go ahead and talk about for a bit.
I mean, I'm
Geology's mission
liking what I'm
is
seeing
to
so
make
far.
great skincare
Yeah,
easier.
it's
69 megabytes per second.
Is that for most of us
Yeah.
dudes, the whole
I was
process
saying
of
that's what I was
skincare
going to point
is
out. That's
way
megabyte,
overcomplicated
not
and pretty opaque.
that's the big boy
There's too
number.
many things to
I
keep
was
track
seeing
of, and a lot of
somewhere
it
around
varies according to
fucking
each
95,
individual body
100 when
and
I was
what you
downloading.
need
I
as a
looked back
person.
and I had to double
Getting
check
the
it.
right
I'm like,
skincare can end up being
uh,
a wasteful thing, and it can be very
that's the big
expensive
number, yeah.
if you don't have the right assistance.
All right,
Geology's
Ubisoft.
answer is to be the helping hand and
Make your
easy
launcher
guide that
better
you
and
need.
your
It
games
starts with their quick quiz, which you can
also
take to
better.
help identify what you need out of skincare, and that takes about 60 seconds. After that, they'll recommend a personalized routine just for you, and each of the products that you get in there has clear labeling telling you which of the products you should use first and how often you should use it. It's just really simple.
Unlock.
I have been receiving
Feel
their
like-
products as a result of being sponsored by them in the past, and I got some more of their product from this, and I can tell you that I use their skincare, and I can tell you that I also use their shower gel. There's a lot of stuff they do, and all of it is just very good. I've been using it for months now. It's really simple, and Geology's system just works. You can tell
The
by the
I think
10,000
one of the
five-star
biggest
reviews
selling
that they
points
have,
for me, good
and
or
the over
bad,
30
was that
prestigious
there's
awards
no
that they have
skill-based
won.
matchmaking in
Getting
Nexus
better
Client in
skincare isn't
non-ranked playlists.
complicated with Geology.
Hmm.
So use my code
So
So-
the matches that we played have swung so wildly, it feels old. It's like
off of any
you
add-ons
just
on your
raw.
dragging
box.
fucking
The
sack
only thing
for
you need
like
to pay
3 or
for
4
in your
matches,
trial
and then
box
you get
is the
your
shipping.
fucking ass
So,
kicked over your
thank you
head
very
for a few
much to
matches.
Geology for
It's
sponsoring this video
such a
and
it's such a
making its
good
creation possible.
like
Whilst the
it's back to
sponsor was
being
also
where
very
like
important,
one
I
person
definitely
can
couldn't
swing
have
the
made this
tide
video
again
without
if
the
they're
help of a
carrying.
few key people.
It feels
First of all,
fresh
let's
but
talk about
old,
Aslar
if that
Reich.
makes sense.
Aslar is the
It's
talented artist who
interesting.
created the art in the chapter cards
feel
and the
that.
awesome animated fly-throughs
But I
that help to
don't
really
like
show
feeling
the
those. I'm
story
dropping
locations
network
as we
frames.
move through the world of Destiny.
No.
I was so happy to work with him because much
Maybe
like
a-
me, he absolutely
oh.
adores this universe. And he's a
You know,
huge
I
fan of the
think
small
I think I
details
know why
that
that's
you'll see
happening.
in all of his work. If you
Let me
want to
see.
support him, his work is
I think,
fantastic, and you can find his Patreon and his socials down below.
I'm
in the
going
description.
at
If you want to commission him or buy his art,
12
I know that he'd very
megabits
much
per
appreciate that
second.
too. You can find some of the art from
That
this
could be
project
excessive.
being sold by Aslar right now if you check those links.
I don't think it.
Shrike, aka
We'll do.
Martin, is the editor on this
10.
project and the editor on my videos generally, and he has helped tirelessly to add context and visuals to each part of the video. Whilst this was a split effort, without him, I
What?
would never have been able to take on a project
Oh,
of this
there we
scale.
go.
So a huge thank you goes out to Martin as well. I also got in touch with a few other artists from some of my old projects. You see, there are some bits in Destiny's lore that just don't get portrayed in-game a lot, and so we
No, I
lifted
can't
some
decide
stuff
to the
from old
Bungie store.
projects with their passion.
No.
This includes Metaworks 818, aka Ben. Ben was kind enough to allow us to use the art that we had
Yeah, I
used for
think
Dynasty.
I think what's happening is because I'm downloading the game and I have a lot of bandwidth also just tied to the streaming PC. I think they're just kind of at odds with each other.
Reed, Drexus, and the Judd sub were also kind enough to allow those animations from Dynasty to be reused.
Oh, dude, the Destiny 2 Servitor plush is on sale for $7.77 right now.
That's cool.
The Zavala plushies on sale. The Ikora plushies on sale.
Was also taken from the Destiny lore vault.
The
where their
Fallen
own
baby
archives were
plushies on
lacking,
sale.
theirs were not. Their dedication to preserving Destiny.
You know, that gives me an idea for a soundbite.
Is utterly remarkable, and it's a great thing to have in a live service game.
I don't know why that like
Oh,
the
I
servitor.
see. $7.77 flat shipping rate on all orders starting June
If,
3rd.
like me, you're a big lore junkie.
Oh, okay.
It's,
In this
congratulations,
project, you might
Final
also
Shape
from time to time
finally
hear
came
some
out.
fantastic music,
Woo!
but not all of it is
Celebrate, give us
Destiny
money.
OST.
Yeah.
That fantastic music that is not by Bungie's own talented artists is the work of James Thistleton, who created the alternative
Everything's on
rendition
sale
of
in the Bungie
Deepstone
store.
Lullaby
Son of a
that
whore.
plays at the intro and outro,
Here to here.
as well as the Shattered
Bungie
Suns
store has all your
soundtrack
Bungie.cash
supporting the
for
story.
all your
Respect
Bungie.
goes to
Everything.
Anyone who contributed to the video in any manner.
It's gonna get in my
are found
Bungie
down
wallet.
below in the
Yeah.
description. Thanks
Hold
to
on to your
last minute
Bungie.ass.
team who helped me to grab some of the missing footage
Dot
from
ass.
the Deepstone Crypt and from Rulk. You guys were all awesome, very patient, and you let us get critical parts of the video done. For that matter, if at any point during this video's creation you were responsible for supporting and helping me out on anything, thank you. My heart goes out to you as well. And lastly, to all of you, the viewers back at home, thank
Let me
you
just make
for
sure
just
that I'm also
sitting and
not
watching. Normally, at the end of my videos, I
fucking
tend to
anything
say
else
that
up
your
around
viewership
here.
is quite enough for me.
Ornaments.
That's my way of telling you that I get that some
Oh,
people just
my
wanna
CPUs.
watch the video, listen
No.
to the audio, and then call it a day. You're doing
Dude,
a lot of
whip.
I
stuff.
think
Your
we're
life is
okay.
hard as
I'm,
is,
I'm,
and
I'm just sniffing all the
entertainment without
all the
fuss.
hardware.
And I respect
See
that, because, yeah,
see if that there's
like
anything
so.
that's standing out right now.
However, this is the one time I'm going to make an
No?
exception and to ask you if you
GPU's
are one
like
of those
at
people who has
80%.
appreciated my content quietly for
Why is
years,
why is the
just
network
go ahead and
going?
hit the like button. If you are one of the veterans to my channel, if you've just come from the updated video, or whether you're completely new to
Yes, I'm a
Destiny's
veteran,
story,
baby.
regardless
Always
of
been
who
here,
you are,
Bife.
that
Always
like
will.
greatly helps.
Woo!
And I know it's the same shtick you'll hear from every single YouTuber.
Doing my
It does
part.
work, and I think that the amount of effort we've put into this video speaks for itself. If there is a video worthy of your like today, I hope it's
Dude,
this one.
the
But
Final
all
Shape
that said,
Steel
you have
Series
all been
XXL
patiently
mousepad
waiting
is
long enough.
sick as fuck.
It's time I sat down and started to tell you all a tale. From the mysterious origins before
Steel
time,
Series?
50
the
bucks for
potential
it. It's not
end of
bad.
everything and the dawning of the final shape. My name is Bife, and this is the complete story of Destiny.
Is it that prism?
Light and Dark Saga.
So it's like one side's a stylized traveler, and then one side's some pyramid ships, and they're just gonna clash in the middle. It's really minimal, but it's very to the point. Looks good.
Oh, I thought that said Lapex Legends.
Ah, yes, you have the fucking Chinesium one. Freshly copied, not freshly created, not copied.
Oh, okay, I found it. Looks nice, but damn.
The Final Shape Hunter T-shirt's kind of cool. Warlock 1-2, man, all of them. Potential wallet risk.
All he did was just go back. That's all he did.
The beginning
What?
is, of course, where we should begin.
Shit's like,
But what
please
truly
don't.
happened at the
Oh,
beginning of
yeah.
the story is the subject
There
of
are
much debate.
wicked good deals on the next page.
Legends and myths
I think
of
that's
old
what's going
tell us
on.
of how there was a place before
API
time in the
maintenance.
universe,
Maybe that's fucking things up.
garden.
Yeah,
Nope.
probably.
Within this
Never
garden
mind, I can
nestled
get-
a
I can
tree
get,
of silver wings,
one level
lost in
past
maze of
it.
potential and metaphor. Within the
It's just
grove
only when you get to the
of
Destiny 2
nightmares,
stuff that things are kind of
first,
weird.
There was a gardener who during the long days would seed life in rapturous celebration. Throughout the garden, this life would grow and bloom into many wild
Okay.
forms, until at the fall of dusk, the winnower came,
What if I
and
wanted
with
to
a
spend money on
scything blade,
Bungie?
cut away the chaff.
This
from the
is
wheat. The gardener and
this is the
winnower
no-no.
were
This is the no-no
persisted
zone.
in this cycle for untold eons,
Like, how bad do you want that Bungie.net?
believing it to have grown repetitive and unremarkable. Across this game of existence that the gardener and the winnower played, a single repetitive pattern always
Let's see.
emerged.
Can I get
It was
back to
always
it
the
from
winning play,
here?
a final
Oh,
shape
okay.
defined the form.
So Google has the keys to the kingdom.
Insisted that there should be a new rule that allowed for new complexity to also find success. The winnower disagreed, stating that from this idea, unnecessary
You
suffering
get an emblem with this one.
From this disagreement, conflict brewed between the
Yeah.
gardener and the winnower. Their conflict
He
brought
kept
about the
trying to-
creation of the
$80.
universe, and the garden fell into
Yeah,
ruin.
no.
The gardener and the winnower
thank you.
fought
Ah,
and brought
keycap.
down the tree of silver wings
Wound
and
keycap.
left its stump to smoke.
Did
in
I,
the flames.
That shit is
If rumors
fucking.
are to be believed,
Is
this
that
conflict also
actually
brought
resin
about the
cast?
escape
Because I
of
mean that's
primal
pretty fucking
patterns
sick.
that survived
Has to be.
and took root
Like,
in
not-
our universe with an aim of survival at all costs.
It's not $80.
These were
Oh,
known as
see,
the Vex.
I
Check that
want.
out.
You might know them
I
by
want
their
that
brass
fucking
frames.
accessory
Like,
kit.
They are
That
actually the
that headset
tiniest of
is the same one I
molecular
have.
life, built into a connected consensus.
And I've been trying to figure out if I can
Radularian
just buy
structures,
the strap
creating
and
grand designs.
the little magnetic covers,
The
and I can't
story of
find
the
out anywhere if
gardener
that's
and
possible.
winnower and their conflict was told to us through some of our first interactions
Yeah, like
with the
an
Black
accessory
Fleet,
kit.
the great
I guess.
pyramid vessels of our most
Yeah.
ancient enemy. It
I like
gives us
the resin
some
cast
of
is
our
nice.
own potential
It's always
ideas about what occurred at the start of the universe.
it's very nice.
Whether this story is true or not is still debated to this
Did
day.
I ever show you
What
the
is
Kirby
not
one I got?
debated is that the primal
Yeah.
forces that the gardener and winnower supposedly
Dude, I love that
rely
one.
on are very real. The gardener
It's too cute.
seemingly was aligned with the light, a power associated with the physical universe.
Let's see.
creation,
Can I
chaos,
go back? I can go
matter,
back.
Gravity, energy.
Uh,
Winnower seemed to be aligned with
video
the darkness,
frozen.
which is associated
no,
with
whoa.
control.
Oh,
the
stream
domain
is
of the
behind.
mind.
I am.
One's
down.
will.
Stream is
dreams,
weirding out.
and nightmares. These powers of the light and the dark are known to supersede the typical laws of the universe, bending and breaking those laws of physics and matter on the whims of those that use these powers of light and dark. They sidestep causality, and for these reasons, individuals who wield
Pretty
the
nice
light
at
and
that.
dark
The one thing
are
I would
referred
say is
to
that,
as
like,
paracausal or acausal.
for
We may
being
not know whether the light and dark
couple, you know,
truly originated with the mythical
if I hadn't
Dark
caught it
Nerd
on sale, it's
Winnower,
like, yeah,
but we do know
300
that
plus
these
dollars.
powers are found
The only
in the
thing I would
universe in a
say,
pair of
Steel
ancient
Series, put a better
presences,
fucking microphone on it.
incomprehensible things,
That's all. It
entities
just
of a
needs a
sort.
little bit
They
better
are the
microphone.
traveler,
Otherwise,
which is a source of the light, and the veil,
one of the best
which is a
wireless
source of the
headset sounds
darkness.
I've ever.
When
I've
these two
tested
great
quite a few so far, and
constructs
this
were
one's very good.
created is unclear.
Oh, that's a head strap.
Yeah,
I thought this was like a.
suspension strap.
I thought it was like a longboard deck. Just a deck. Yeah. That would be.
And then the little circles, the side covers pop off. One side is USB, and then the other side will have the battery pack.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah. And then, like, you can adjust it with the little holes in it to get more or less support from the strap.
Oh, this one comes.
Which makes it a very comfortable headset.
This one comes with 2 emblems. Or 2 juicy things.
Technology and society under the silent benevolence of the traveler. But whilst it doted on them with many gifts, its silence meant that the precursors were left with little in the way of guidance.
I'm good.
They had been given
Yeah.
abundance, but
I'm
no
good,
meaning
man.
or direction.
I will
Their search
not
for
be
meaning
purchasing
defined
that.
their entire society.
However,
That's a car payment right now.
To understand how to bring about a perfect universe, many factions would search for this simple idea and how it might be accomplished. They called it the final shape.
I'll be right back.
After much time,
Alright.
the scholars of the
Alright.
precursor people discovered that the traveler shared a connection to another great structure out in the deepest reaches of space. This was the Veil, and they rushed to claim it after they were made aware of its existence, realizing that whilst the traveler presented the powers of the light, the Veil presented the powers of something very different: darkness. To the precursor people, this discovery was meant to change everything for the better. They knew much about the light of the traveler. They knew of the bounty it could bring, but they also knew that the light bred chaos and destruction when untamed and unchecked. Through the Veil, they learned the power of darkness, and saw that through its ability to control, the merging of the two might create a degree of autonomy over the universe that had never before been conceived of. They aspired in that moment to control the chaos of the Traveler's light by strengthening its connection to the Veil and merging the two. If only they had succeeded, they might at last have forged the final shape that they had conceived of so long ago. But when they attempted to forge this connection, the Traveler rejected the link and abandoned the precursor people. What happened next must have been the most calamitous time within the precursor society. Terror and uncertainty must have spread through their minds. There must have been bitterness. There must have been hatred. But no matter what they felt, what happened next would bring the ruin that they had experienced to untold trillions across the stars. The precursor people, having been abandoned by the light, turned to the powers of darkness for salvation. Understand that the light is not inherently good and the darkness is not inherently evil, but the precursors were fueled by hatred, and their desperation spoke for itself. Recovered records indicate that a group amongst them, known as the Penitent, struck down all others who dissented against their ways. They believed that they were meant to fix the universe and create the final shape, regardless of whether the universe consented or not. They used the powers within darkness to merge their consciousnesses together into a compound being of immense power.
Accessibility setup. Here are some common settings you may want to adjust before playing. These and other settings can be changed anytime in the settings menu.
This entity would be known by
Menu
1,000
narration,
names over
off,
1,000
cycle
worlds,
with left button
all
or
of
right
them
button.
burned to nothingness over the course of its existence. We would one day come to know it as the
Men
Witness.
on, off,
And
cycle
so
with
it
left
set out
button
into
or
the
right button.
stars to pursue the traveler. With it, the Witness took the vessels of the civilization that had brought about its creation. an armada of obsidian black pyramid vessels, which represented destruction untold. Along with this black fleet, the Witness brought the Veil, pursuing the Traveler with the same intent as its precursor creators. The Witness would see the combination of light and darkness, and with it, a world without change, a world without chaos would be brought about, an immutable, perfected, final shape to the universe. And this time, unlike the precursors, the Witness would not seek the final shape out of a need for perfection alone. It would seek it out of a desire to subjugate the Traveler and all those that might oppose its will. But if it was to succeed, the Witness would need to gather adherents to its cause, disciples that would help pave the way for its purpose. That is what led to the rise of the first disciple, and they would not call him a conqueror or a mere tyrant. He was worse. He would be known as the Subjugator. After the Traveler had left the precursor people to their fate, it enacted a pattern that it would follow for eons to come. It would move onward and find another civilization to uplift. This cycle has been repeated countless times, and as best we know it in the Traveler's wake, the Witness has always followed, meaning that wherever the Traveler has found itself, eventually, calamity and ruin would follow. Over the course of its journey, the Traveler would arrive at a world orbiting a binary star called Lubre. It had blessed the Lubrean people with the bounty of the light, and they would also grow and rise in much the same way as the precursor civilization had. The Lubrean civilization would be split in two by this action. There were those who lived beneath the Traveler, forming a harsh regime that would rule the planet. This regime would send out its killers that hunted traditional tribal peoples and suppressed them. Those that lived free of this regime had to contend with the two harsh sons of Lubre and with the terrifying fauna that called the planet home.
Test.
By the time the Traveler had left the Lubreans, the division in their society had become a wound that would never heal, a scar upon their people that governed their entire way of life, be they of the regime or of the tribes. Savagery ruled this world, a savagery that would be
test.
Was into this world, and these savage
Testes.
peoples, that Rulk was born.
9% of total volume.
Though he was originally born into the tribal nomadic society,
I'm planning on having my
had come from the regime's
my
city.
Bluetooth headset be the mic I use. I'm not going to trash talk anyone. It's a very bad idea.
Stalkers hunted those
But I may interact with.
peoples and seemingly spared none
But I'm also
of
going to
them
try out
with
X-Defiant.
blood. There was
Yeah,
only
you
one
hop
who
in
was
it.
bloodier than the Stalkers, though, and that was his father, Relic. Born of the regime's savagery, Relic would return the Stalkers' malice to them and defended his newfound people.
Hey,
by
FWC
engulfing
Fusion
the
is
Stalkers
playing
in bloody
X-Defiant.
viscera as he tore them in two. But Relic's family did
That's
not
because
approve of such
Destiny
savagery.
is fucking
And
offline.
eventually they
Turn it
would
on.
be his
now.
moderating influence, and he would be drawn away from
Bungie,
such acts of
hear me out.
gratuitous
What if,
violence by the
in return
family
for
that he had
playing the
chosen.
game,
But for his son,
you
I-
allow me to
these
play the
villains
game?
were not the mark of a villain.
I'll
They
sweeten
were
you up.
simply
I'll buy
what
some
was
stuff.
necessary to survive.
I'll even...
His father's example driving
Like-
him, Rulk developed a sadistic streak.
No, I won't
followed
cancel like
his
that
father's
disappointment.
footsteps into violence. By the time he had killed his first stalker, Rulk would see his
What a
father
power
being
play that would be,
carried
though.
away by a raiding band of the
It's like,
regime's
yeah,
killers.
sure, yeah,
And in
we'll
his
break it.
father's name,
What?
He swore vengeance.
Huh.
He hunted
Alright,
the
well, looks
stalkers
like I'm
through the
phone call
darkened
making money.
wastes of his homeworld, seeking vengeance for his father, Relic.
Dentist?
He took a
Yeah,
glaive
nope, not
from
coming.
one of the stalkers
I got
and
shit
called
to
it
do.
Relic Sword. It was his objective. He would defend his father, just like his father would have
teeth.
defended him. But by the time Rulk discovered what had truly happened,
I'm gonna move my mic real quick.
Changed the name of his glaive.
Hopefully closer.
His father's betrayal was written upon the robes he wore. He now wore the colors of the regime and the stalkers. Rolk was carried away by the stalkers to the regime's city. He would have died there, but his father spoke on his behalf and told the regime authorities.
Damn,
that
I didn't
Rolk
know
would
there was
enroll
friend
in the
referral. Like, we
stalkers,
could have got
that
fucking
he was a mighty
skins.
killer.
Fuck.
And Rolk would do so.
Well,
Because
you know, there
amongst the
probably
most
still is.
ranks
Can you
of
generate a
his
code?
killers, there was a
Yeah.
degree of honesty, despite his years of battling against them.
I'm gonna see if there's something in game for it.
He lied about who they were, unlike his father, and thus the glaive that he had stolen from a stalker.
Experience.
Most importantly for Rolk, he was able to.
Maybe I'll adjust the sound. It's loud. Please, it's too loud.
For the family that he had left behind. Relic intended to smuggle
Friend
them into the
referral.
city
Okay.
proper so that they might finally live in peace. But in order to reach the city, they would need to cross an abyss over a narrow bridge. A scar across all of Lubre, much like their society had been cleft in two. On the other side of this narrow bridge, through
It's a
the single
QR
choke
code,
point
not
that they
a
needed to pass, Rolk
code.
was standing, and he intended to end his father. But curiously enough, Rolk was momentarily swayed from violence. His father apologized. They apologized for Rolk's exile when he had followed his father's violence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hold on.
Said long ago, the
Oh, you
inaction
find
he'd
something?
taken, for not telling him more, for not telling him how
Let's see,
his
matchmaking.
actions could be seen as cruel,
Okay, here we go.
why he had chosen to save his family.
Input-based matchmaking, really?
For a moment, it seemed as though Rolk's family might find peace at last. Perhaps
Log
if
in
things
to
had
invite your
proceeded
friend.
differently, Rolk might have also found peace and reconciliation alongside his family, and they might have lived out the days that they had left in the city in some measure of harmony. But for one reason or another, Rolk fell into the abyss. Did he fall of his own accord? Was he pushed? Did he trip?
Wow, there's a
Something
battle
was
pass
there
for
to
inviting
pull him
friends.
down. The circumstances are not
Oh, wow.
clear, but what is clear is this.
Oh, shit.
When Rolk looked
Hold
up
on.
at the faces of the family
Copy
that he was
link.
slowly
Okay.
falling away from, he did not see sorrow or heartbreak or pain as he fell. In their faces he realized something else was written. They were relieved.
Bam.
This was the
try
betrayal
that.
that would define Rolk. It showed him the truth of the universe. It showed him that there was no place for weakness or the petty lies that held society together like his. Deep in the abyss, he would at last discover truth. How long Rolk fell for isn't known, but when he did finally land in this dismal swamp at the base of the abyss, he was not alone. There were myriad creatures moving to consume his very body, broken as it was.
Okay, now I have to put a my 2 off.
But Rolk beheld something else. For the first time, he laid eyes upon the witness. It saw Rolk for what he was, a thing of hatred, ready to bring ruin to those liars above. The witness mended his body and his broken glaive. It empowered Rolk with terrible darkness, and with an ability known only as the Witness's luster, something we still do not understand fully to this day. When Rolk asked what he
true.
was meant to do,
It could be its own thing, but we don't have any actual gameplay with that outside of what the enemy has. Invited you to join. That's it.
Clawing his way up out of darkness until he beheld the surface once more. A confused sun had fallen into the pit.
Make sure each of your invitee played reach 10 for you to reach the next read the rewards. I guess I'm in.
Rolk returned to the
As an invitee, upon reaching level 10, you will earn 1 battle pass booster.
He first slew his parents,
Okay, so yeah,
then
I
the
guess
rest of his family.
we're good.
The city watched on in horror and saw Rolk for what he was. But in his hands, Rolk held a power greater than even the slaughter that he had enacted. He held the witness's luster, and in the other hand his glaive. Rolk siphoned the energy from Lubre's own Saphiric sun, channeled it into the witness's gifts and his own glaive. He struck at the surface of his planet. The weapon had been twice renamed because of his father, and had been renamed once more in accordance with its new purpose, a purpose displayed with but this singular strike. It would be known as Lubre's Ruin. And beneath Rolk's blade, with the power of the witness, the planet cracked. Rolk destroyed his entire planet, and shattered the suns of Lubre. Seeing the chaos that he had wrought, for a moment Rolk was overwhelmed.
Sniper rifles will quick scope the fuck out of you,
into
like
the ever-expanding abyss that had consumed his
old
world,
COD would.
and he lost
Real
consciousness
good
once
with one of
more.
them. You're gonna have
When he awoke, there was no
it'll be a good time.
no regime, no city. Only he remained. The last
Shotgun
known
pretty good,
survivor of
M4
his
pretty
entire
good.
species. He beheld
Most of the
the
submachine
witness
guns
once
pretty good,
more,
but
and saw
they
the
definitely
totality
feel
of
like
all that
submachine
had
guns.
happened
They don't
across his
feel like
life.
Call of Duty submachine guns where you put a long barrel on them, they turn into
Overrated.
assault rifles.
The lesson the witness would show him, the lesson it was attempting to teach, was that these feelings were of no consequence.
Alright, well,
That although
got a
they
lot
were
of weapons to play with.
consequence, that they were of no consequence because they did not
I imagine...
serve its goals,
Oh wait,
the witness's eternal purpose.
it's got
Formation
unlocked.
and finality.
Oh, unlocked via challenge.
Yep.
In this
Oh,
context,
I see.
Get so many kills with this gun, or
only
yada
Rolk
yada.
mattered.
Get grenade kill, get
Rolk had long believed that his
hip fire
civilization
kill,
was
kind
but
of the same
lies,
thing.
and so the lies of his civilization melted away. As he stood and foresaw his new place in the universe, Rolk was asked by the witness
people.
what he felt.
Jesus.
It's this, as he took his glaive in one hand,
So
and the witness's luster
the
in the
pyro, like the cleaner class, is very good because they intrinsically get
other. It was
fire
here that
around
he became
fucking
the
guns.
first disciple of the witness,
For who?
the first of its messengers of doom that would faithfully destroy its foes.
The cleaners.
Though not
the
all would
pyrotechs.
serve for the same reasons, all would serve.
They
Not as kings,
either get a
not
division
as
style
gods,
flamethrower
but as
drone as
disciples,
their special, or like a point
saviors
clearing
serving
technique where they grab a
existence.
fire grenade and slam it on
Whilst
the
the
ground.
many disciples of the witness would conduct many terrible campaigns of
Okay.
terror, Rolk would be the first.
So this was like,
and
this
by
is
most
the
accounts, the most
class,
powerful.
I guess,
And from
kind of
his
system.
actions would spawn a
Yeah.
legacy of bloodshed.
And then those are your
that would make the
abilities, your
stars
ages. So
themselves
the ages in that
tremble.
one's ultra.
A legacy
This is
that
a
would
support
begin with
class.
Lubre's destruction,
Everything she
and whose
does is
heights
heal.
would be found
The
upon
contagious
Like,
spirit of
her
freedom.
Alt
an ancient
is
place
where
with
like
a
she'll
roiling ocean
put
beneath
this
a
aura
depth
down
of
on the
cloud
ground and it gives you overshield
world
plus an
known
extra health
as
bar
fundament.
while you're standing in it. Makes you almost unkillable.
Those-
It's pretty much a well radiant.
Alright. Fundament, huh? Didn't feel like we were 30 minutes into this, but we haven't even cracked the first hour.
No.
We're 5% through this.
Slaughter countless civilizations in the name of the witness, in the name of his
What is? Oh, F2. Oh, Shift F2.
the first disciple and his
I saw the
dark master
notification. Don't think you can get away from me.
in a distant gas giant called Fundament,
Or
a
I
world with
get away from you?
planets, and whose gravity was so great that
Wait,
smaller
did you send an
planets
invite? Was that what that was?
by its gravity,
Oh,
collided with its
I'm
surface,
hallucinating then.
collapsing into its oceans and becoming great
That
continents on its
party,
surface. It was on this
I think
world that the
okay.
witness and its first disciple
I think when I saw the, I misremembered you hopping into XDefiant as you.
the traveler had settled above Fundament,
Sending an invite.
amongst its moons,
Wow.
and was uplifting
I am-
civilization there known as
I am a
Damnation.
terrible mess right now.
Witness foresaw that soon it would move to uplift another species on the world
Game
below,
invite.
on Fundament itself.
Why is the frame rate like insanely slow in the menu?
Even greater forms of life
That
here.
overlay is kind of
Leviathan
it's new.
creatures that
They
dwelled
changed
within
it
the
at some
oceans.
point, and
These
it's bad.
Leviathans
It-
were
it-
the first of the witnesses'
It's
targets.
draining. It
It
It's like 5 frames a second. Okay. Oh, wow. That was a cool effect, I guess. Give me a sec, though. I actually gotta use the bathroom.
And the attached premise that those who are strong enough to exist will go on existing by the right of the sword alone. But this was not mere philosophy. It was a praxis that led to real power. Curses and magics wreathed in the darkness itself would be derived from the sword logic. In time, the Leviathans would be twisted into new forms if they followed this dark power. But even before those that consumed of these magics turned into the great ravenous worms that we would know of now, their people had been cleft in two, and a war was soon to break out. The war between the Leviathans and the traitors that would one day become the worms was brutal and vicious. Fundament's oceans roiled with blood, as father and mother fought brother and sister, fought son and daughter. It was a roiling carnage that engulfed an entire people and left few survivors. One was a great creature known as Asa. She managed to escape her people's fate by sinking into an ascendant dream. Seemingly, this means that she used the ascendant plane to escape, a parallel reality to our own that mirrors it in a darker, more changeable form to those that have strong will. She would fall through ascendant dreams until she returned to the physical universe and landed in the oceans of a distant system called Sol. She would carry with her the knowledge of who the witness had been, what it had become, and what it intended for the universe. Her eyes were wide and her gaze was long. She would spy the war across the stars, and would understand the shape of fate and how it needed to progress if we were to stop the oncoming calamity. But the battle back on Fundament continued to rage. When the worms were at an end, there were but a handful that remained. A mother known as Zeta, and her 5 offspring, Yul, Zol, Ur, Aya, and Aka. They had embraced the way of the sword logic as was described by the witness, and they were imprisoned in the deep. There, a Leviathan watched over them, as it had them held in Fundament's crushing core. It isn't clear if this creature who imprisoned them was of the same species as Asa, and what the worms had once been. It might well have been, and if so, it might well have been the last of the survivors of that great war, the last who rejected the witness's offer. We simply do not know, but what we do know is that its power was great enough that it could dominate the remaining worms. It spanned the supposed size of continents, and was known to all others simply as the Leviathan. With the worms' numbers diminished, Rulk and the witness would enact the next stage of their plan: subjugation. Rulk would dive into the deep and enlist the worms in servitude to the witness's plan. He effortlessly conquered the Leviathan, which addressed him and demanded that he stop. Rulk responded by removing one of its ribs in a display of dominance. Descending into the deep, he spoke to Zeta, the mother of the worms, and offered her a dark pact. The witness had need of her power and of her children's power. It would offer her children sustenance and survival in exchange for loyalty. Having few other options, and seeing the scope of Rulk's power, it was clear that this was no bargain, it was a demand. And so Zeta accepted. Thus, as he took their mother to the surface as both a source of power and a captive, the newly anointed children of Zeta, the so-called worm gods, named him the Subjugator. Rulk took portions of the worms that would form into their larvae, the small worms that we now know from killing so many hive, and with them, he enacted the greatest of the witness's plans. He left one larvae in Fundament's oceans, ensuring that it would wash up and be found by a leader of one of the Krill nations, the next people that the traveler was meant to uplift. The leader who discovered the worm larvae was the king of the Osmium dynasty, and this dead worm larvae would quickly become his familiar, for it would whisper the witnesses terrible lies to him, lies of an oncoming horrific calamity. The old Osmium king would grow obsessed with this doom, which would supposedly come in the form of a great god wave that would wipe away all things. He neglected all other things in pursuit of this truth, even neglecting his 3 children, whose now dead names, Orash, Sathona, and Siro, would be spoken only in Apocrypha, but whose true ascendant names would one day go on to bring terror to the universe. Only the eldest
Apocrypha.
Orash had his attention, and only when the 2 of them were studying the stars for proof of the approaching doom. The witness's plans for these siblings was thus. The most cunning of them would acquire her father's larvae upon her father's death. It would whisper to her of the same cataclysm written in the stars, and tell her that to find salvation
Okay.
for people
I think
need to
I'm ready.
descend into the deep. These were the whispers told by the lying worm.
Am I gonna cry?
Sathona. A simple lie, but one that would reshape the history of her people forever. All came to pass as the witness planned, and in time the siblings dove
So
down into the
12
deep.
people.
There, Sathona's older sibling,
66. What the hell?
in the deepest part of Fundament's core, and made a
I don't know why, like, this, like, in general just looks
If the
out of
krill
place.
consumed their larvae, the worms would provide them with power and immortality, immortality that they had long sought, an escape to their short lives, and the power to claim their
Stop the enemy crew
Back.
from moving the package to the delivery
The
zone.
siblings and any who consumed the larvae of the worms would provide an eternal
Right.
blood tie.
I didn't actually look through all of this yet.
Worm, their god.
Not
The krill
on
would
any
forever have to commit acts
Blood
of
Shield.
violence and
Fuck. I
devastation
clicked
by
the wrong
following
fucking
their
playlist.
nature.
Now we have cart push.
If they
Yeah.
failed to do
This
so,
card push.
their worms
Boy.
would consume them, and they would perish. The bargain was accepted, and thus Ulrich, Sathona, and
Okay.
Shiro ceased
So
to be.
G
Thus Ulrich, Savathun,
and
and
E.
Silvermouth were born. Together, these 3 siblings would stand with the power of Zeta's 5 worm god children. They would be claimed by the witnesses' powers before the Traveler had a chance to uplift them. Thus, the Traveler's plans were subverted. Ulrich, Savathun, and Zigguarath would go on to unite the worms, and in the promise of their own power. After cleansing the surface of Fundament, they would go on to scour its moons, destroying the Ammonite and butchering the Leviathan, all in the name of their newfound people.
Okay.
Known as the Krill, as their new purpose of being the
Talking's okay so far.
was made clear, they would become known forevermore as the Hive. These would be some of the most fanatical servants of the sword logic. They would spread out across the universe, and beneath their blades, the witness would see yet more worlds burn.
Who would have thought that they would have got Snowdrop with the Vision Engine that was notoriously hard to work with at the beginning? Make a first person.
Go up.
Took on 2. There's 3 back there. 4 back there.
Power would be gained, lost and forsaken. But always at the heart of all their machinations there would be a link to each of the 3 new Hive gods. Ulrich, the navigator and king of shapes. Savathun, the queen of lies and deception.
Barrier deployed.
They would leave Fundament behind.
Could use a medic!
Logics.
Fine.
Take out all the hostiles. Stop their package.
The tale of the Hive is one filled with lies. Built upon a lie told long ago by the witness to Sathona. Now
Is there friendly fire?
the Witch Queen. Predominantly, though, we have but
Got your ass.
Oryx, the Taken King. He recorded his version of events of the Hive's history, and we have seen it in a series of calcified fragments. We would one day know the knowledge
Packages in
contained in these
retreat.
fragments by a different name, the Books of Sorrow. These books, especially because
I am
they say
down, but
nothing
not
but
out.
the book, the witness,
Yet.
or the great life deep and brought the young Krill siblings to the worm gods of Fundament. But they are our best and only record of the Hive's history, the history that is theirs to tell, as they were so often the victors. Hundreds of civilizations were
Package inbound to checkpoint. Intercept.
the swarms of the Hive. Through their slaughter and through the sword's logic, Zivor Wrath would create throne worlds,
Opposing forces secured another checkpoint.
pocket dimensions that divide the physical universe, nestled within the ascended Hive. The newly ascended Hive gods would
Why do I have?
only within these throne worlds could they ever truly be killed. Thus, even in the face of fierce resistance, the three ruling siblings of the Hive and all those that would follow as ascendants thereafter would hold enough power to be nearly unassailable. They would be a scourge upon the universe, and for a time, they looked invincible. That was until they faced the Acuminae. The Starfaring Empire made seemingly a operation might have stepped into the dark power of their own.
Oh, okay.
This is hard to confirm.
The Aegis killed me.
Spoken of in whispers of lore
Oh yeah,
recounted
that's
from
Mag's ult.
pyramids.
You get this bubble
Thanks to
shield
the
and like
information
an arc
obtained from
fucking
Olympus's own
thing.
pyramid vessel,
So don't touch him.
we know that the
Yeah.
Acuminae had built a unity of minds. Pillars constructed from the powers of darkness, but not one of them. Together, the Acuminae were more than
They're coming from under the bridge. Be careful for a flank.
they also had a helping hand, a Krill matriarch called Teox. She had been the original traitor who schemed to depose their father, the old Osmium king. She had been unable to kill those three siblings, and when they had been reborn into the Hive gods, she towards the
Got him back.
and eventually towards deep space. She would find her way out into the reaches of the void and would be picked up by the Acuminae's forces. She gave them practically all the intelligence they would need the Hive's offensive.
Two on my X.
Yet the Acuminae
I don't know if that. I don't know if you can see positions.
It's pushed the Hive back time after time, and they targeted and overkilled Oryx, Sabathun, and Zivor wherever successful to wipe one of the witness's useful tools from the surface of the universe. But this success would be at best.
Oh, they're behind the corner.
Within Ulrix's throne world, the Hive gods discussed how to defeat the Acuminae. This discussion led to a simple conclusion. One should claim the power of the others. Thus, Ulrix killed Zivor Wrath and Sabathun, claiming their power by the
No
magic of the
weapon.
sword.
Package retreating.
There's still one up there on the scaffolding to the right.
Knowledge.
Oh, that's three now.
This, Ulrix learned of the secret of communing with what he termed to be the deep. It is presumed that this led to the first meeting between Ulrix and the witness. Though in truth, it is not
Reload.
there is a difference discernible
Also ready for you, the
in
medic.
inconsistency between
Okay, what's my cue? Is that also the Aegis thing?
whatever being
Yeah.
Bubble top.
is known as that Ulrix emerged empowered.
Okay. So it's basically a shotgun.
Yeah. Once you're inside the bubble, you're fucked.
Gotcha. But you actually have to still kill someone with it. Okay. Good to know.
Malicious forces.
No! I got fucking spider bodies.
Yeah.
The Taken King.
I am down! I'm not out!
Time.
That looks funny.
Seemingly the only requirement to wield
Enemy echelon is tracking
was a
with
strong
sonar
enough
goggles.
will to impose upon them.
Let them.
Taken on
Shield out!
free of meaning and purpose,
Package
is
retreating.
entwined within them by a greater force. And thus, Oryx commanded.
No weapon.
He would unleash the Taken upon the Accumulator, and his campaign would conjure back his siblings. Their he was one of slaughter and war. He would see back their wrath. In the Accumulator's last moments,
Got him.
to the fool's gambit, he would embody his sister Sabbath. Thus,
Two up in the left building.
raise four wicked offspring. Crota the Light Eater,
Good defense so far.
Lark the Unraveler, Uranuk the Weaver, and Nokris, whose name would be struck from the world's grave. One day heretic.
Round ending soon.
Just had to get the old bearings straight.
New armament acquired.
Dude, I just grenaded somebody from like far as fuck away. What's up, Toby?
Nice.
That are still in use to this day.
Two coming down hallway.
5,
Reasons why
4, 3,
is productive.
2, 1.
Nope. So we have to be okay. So it's not just like
This led him to the
Mission
world
update.
Progression.
You're on
to-
attack.
particular
Move
Yeah.
that package forward.
was weaker than his
Okay.
siblings and sought an alliance for the sake
I don't know
of
if
Taurus'
the
life.
Blood Shield or
Saul promised Nokris
what
a
is
power
Blood
that was
Shield?
forbidden to the
Maybe I should actually look at these abilities. Blood Shield, attack shield, melee to button to shield bash. Okay, yeah, that sounds fun with shotgun.
Nokris was necromancy.
Oh yeah, that little fucking riot shield, dude.
Though death is
That's
the realm
so
of
annoying.
life,
Oh.
necromancy is a
You're gonna have a lot of fun with that.
offensive to them. Death to the hive.
I may not play
Nice.
objective.
Impenetrable.
Indicative of one's place within the universe, of one's standing before the final perfect shape. Life is for the living and the strong, and death is the fate of all those that are not
Well, at least I'm
strong
positive. I'm not like,
existing. To return a being to life
Yeah.
through its true and final death was
not that much of a detriment.
This
Yeah,
was not the same as the
Mission
return of
update.
Sabbath.
I want to be in their face though. I want to feel me.
Need to pass their progress point.
Oryx had conjured
Got it. Target eliminated.
of any ascendant, and traits death had become strong enough to defy the laws of causality and build their own throne world. This was an abomination. The weak had been given a second chance. It was unacceptable.
Dickhead.
For this crime, Nokris was banished, and all memory of him was stricken from the great archives of time known as the World's Grave. All record of him was destroyed, all trace of his
Revenge.
only one
I got him anyways.
in its permanence was left standing near the altar of Oryx. But the trace of Oryx's second son, aside from this, would all be gone. Past his banishment, his chronicles would be
Going in.
told when we returned one day to Oryx, but not before. Still, one day, as Crota was attempting to learn alongside his two sisters,
Package is
Firebomb.
going the wrong direction.
would be tricked by
Checkpoint
Sabathun
close.
and would allow the Vex to invade his father's
Okay, I need a. What's my melee?
Package clear checkpoint. Good push.
It deduced
Shoot.
that within Oryx's domain, it was the sword law
No
and the
weapon.
veneration of it that made one truly powerful. Thus, it established a foothold in the
Fuck.
heart of the Hive's power. by
Got to the
killing
door?
Hive themselves.
Alright, we're kind of cooking now.
It established itself within Oryx's throne by Oryx's own laws. Thus, it was still a causal being, as all the Vex are. And when Oryx returned,
Oh, they're underground?
it was Crota who
Target eliminated.
the Vex
fucking flash.
Come home or die.
Could use a medic!
And to these words Crota would hold.
Cool.
He
Beautiful.
would become a legendary demon and would lead his brood to search the worlds in his father's name, dedicating secret temples to him, learning much of the brutality that his father would impose upon him.
Up. Yep. Beautiful.
Ooh, now they got me with a grenade.
It exposed the weakness in Oryx's own throne world. In
Give me a second.
Package
Oryx
nearing
decided that
checkpoint.
the solution would be to combine his pocket dimension with a massive hive vessel in real space. Thus, Oryx took the corpse of the worm.
No, I missed him with my
and
fucking
used
bomb.
its hide to create the baleful armoring that would encapsulate his throne world.
Sorry, I had to scratch nuts.
A
Yeah,
massive
every
vessel
time.
whose construction was technically a
No, I
paradox.
understand that. Part.
Oryx placed his throne world
Finally
into
get
the
around to doing
dreadnought
something.
Cleared
that
another
overlapped
checkpoint.
and
Well,
centered within the pocket of space. This place shouldn't exist. The power of Oryx was so great, he could indeed create a vessel that would
Okay,
be his
let me
greatest
see how to
fortress.
change my
Oryx would then vengefully hunt down all those that were in
keyboard.
would eventually find
What is melee?
invaded his throne world. When Quarry of
Mouse
the
wheel
Great
down.
Transform fought Oryx, it stood no chance. He took it, and eventually would gift its taken remnants to Savathun. In this moment, Oryx should have been truly ascendant, for as he had invaded and found the Vex, it was amongst the fleet of the army. The next, blessed by the Traveler's light.
We're approaching the hostile progress point. That's our mission objective.
The gravity of a singularity, except it had been paused. The worlds were living in a flourishing world. The hive had found.
Go,
these
baby.
worlds. It was soon
Get.
to tell.
Do we do it?
The hive had
Yep.
become so powerful.
Is it dancing?
That's how Shadow Team does it.
Doing the running robot.
Including Savathun and Zivora. And so
Fancy
three
wallaby.
divided. Before, as a united force, they could have stood and destroyed the whole universe. But Savathun and Zivora took their broods and became distant, needing space to grow and to change into something more powerful. Thus, Oryx was alone, and his sisters were split from him. The swarm had made an indelible mark on the universe and had helped to serve the witness's purpose. They had pursued the traveler and had destroyed those that stood in the
That is a
witness's path.
goofy.
But now
Is that Oryx?
was alone. Now all the hive gods
yeah.
were alone.
It's a goofy Oryx.
In this, they had shown their one
all big
possible
and bold.
weakness. But to the witness
He looks like
itself,
he's like
this was of little concern. The hive were nothing but tools, after all,
just
and they knew little
he's
of the
got
true
dad
nature
bod
of
going
the
on.
shape as the witness devised it. But they would soon serve a purpose in fulfilling its completion.
Okay.
It was in this way
Allow me to
that
change some stuff
King
around.
would descend upon a distant world belonging to an alien people. A peaceful planet of artisans, weavers, dancers, and technologically inclined
Actually.
priests. It was here that they found the Elixni and their homeworld of Reese. And like a great storm, they would ravage this place. And the traveler would once again be forced to flee.
Did you see, dude? Did you know that coming out this October, there's an Amazon Prime show about Yakuza, Like a Dragon?
No.
Yeah, I guess it was just announced, like maybe today.
The Hive's
I'm starting to see all
rampage
sorts of
across the
chatter about
universe would bring them into contact with many peoples and many worlds. Their swarms
You could
were
do a
vast,
force walk?
and as Oryx,
Just-
Savathun, and Zivora
Wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of Ottawa for some reason for
different ground.
disregard.
Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their
Chat
people would
toggle,
find
is there a
the
ping?
world seeded by the
Well,
traveler.
that's true. That's big news
These were
too.
the people of Reese.
Says rumors are flying that
Elixni.
Jordan Peele
Though
has
humanity
reportedly
would
met
one
with
day
Marvel
come to know them
Studios
first
to discuss an
as the
upcoming
Fallen.
project.
Sources from the
I
Elixni's
wonder what
own
kind of
histories indicate that they
He's
held
a
a small
really good.
number of
Turns out
colonies
a
throughout
funny
several
man, but
celestial
also an
bodies.
excellent fucking movie.
The heart
guy.
of their civilization, the jewel of their small empire that
Dig it.
spanned a few stars, was still set upon their home planet.
Just
of
talk.
Earth.
Helldiver
They
news.
were a hardy,
Somehow,
adaptable people,
they have
sustained
figured
by
out a
a
way to make
life-giving
us
substance
succeed in a
called
major
ether.
mission, but
The
all of a
exact
sudden the
chemical
planet
makeup
collapsed
of this
and
compound
caused a
is
black hole that's
unfamiliar and
now
unclear,
you can
but it
see
can
on
be
the map, and
created
everyone
by a
thinks that's how
servitor
the
from
Illuminator
almost
got to
any
come in.
remnant matter.
Oh, that's cool.
Meaning that the Elixni would be able to live
I like
on in
developments
almost
like
any
that.
place, so long as they had a servitor. However,
I'm okay with those
in the skies of their
keybinds.
homeworld Reese, this life-giving
Okay,
compound
I
was
think
everywhere.
this guy's ready
Filled
for
their
another.
air and turned their
Right.
sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Elixni to grow to their true natural sizes. They would be between 7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just 2. They were dexterous, and they were nimble. But they could also stand tall with noble intent and philosophy, back before
just
calamity arrived at their shores. The Elixni were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the Traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves were known in that time as gentle weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments worn by all their people. When the Traveler arrived and exalted their civilization like the thousands
Let
it had
me
uplifted
bump down my
before,
sensitivity.
Elixni developed, entering a rapturous age of peace and
Oh my
expansion.
god, I can't believe mass
In
acceleration was the
Princess
thing,
Pink Sky,
but I'm also glad
the
it's
Elixni
off.
grew to exalt the Traveler and all life-giving machines. They came to call it the Great Machine, and their study of its divine construction
Cool MP3.
led to the rise of
Sorry,
the
MP4.
so-called splicers. Whilst we would know them better as biohackers and body engineers, the principal concern of splicers was in fact the study of machinery
457.
itself.
Nice.
The Elixni believed
457?
that in all machines there was a spark of divine potential.
Rotation is going to be
Believed
middle,
that
left, right.
within that
Ah,
divine
okay.
spark, life itself could also be seen in some different, somewhat
I
more
know we're not playing that,
intelligent
but my
form.
body was like looking for
Eventually,
those spots right now.
This belief evolved into a worship of machinery itself.
I'm
With them
getting shot
acting
from
with
above.
great
No,
reverence
no,
to
you're not.
machines
Imagination.
they would
There's only
construct
middle, left,
later
and
in
right.
their
and direct.
society. Machines that they would need to keep them alive.
The back.
Alas, even with the many noble houses, the
But
Elixni were
no.
doomed to suffer the same fate
You're wrong.
as all those blessed by the Traveler. For its bounty was followed by bitterness,
Sign
and
me
the
up.
black fleets in the service of the Witness would soon arrive. The exact details of the fall of the Elixni Empire, and in particular the fall of Reese, are not well known.
Occupy.
Much like our own
Revolution
destruction,
rule number
the
48.
event is known to the
Guerrilla
Elixni by
only
another
takes
name,
what they can
the
defend.
Whirlwind.
Tres.
When ruin
Dos.
came to their system,
Uno.
they were
Óyeme,
crushed
we need you to
beneath
keep the
advancing
capture zone
hordes of the
secure,
Witness's
even when it
minions.
moves.
Chief amongst these invaders would be the Hive. Oryx's swarm had arrived. His forces brought with them the same doom that they had brought to 1,000 years prior. To them, Reese was but another set of unbelievers.
Talk about.
Of death
Protect
in
the
the
zone.
name of the sword logic. The houses mustered in defense of their homeworld, believing that in spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. Elixni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their
There's two
world
in
was
there.
lost,
They're hiding behind the cracks.
when one of the great leaders that
They can stand for being flanked.
Stone stood before them all and cried, "Where
Yeah,
is
this
the
is
great machine?"
my least favorite
For it was
map.
in this moment that the course of history repeated itself once more, and the Traveler began to flee Reese.
The situation has changed. The captors.
In that moment, seeing that it had abandoned their people and that Reese was
Where am I
lost,
going?
many
I don't know
believed
where I'm
in
going.
Going to this track.
The scribes, like vampires, seemed to represent the deepest tragedy
That's
the world had
revenge.
ever seen. The warriors, like Aramis, it represented a betrayal
That'll come
so
in handy.
bitter and so evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number, it created a moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the Traveler, the great machine,
No!
and that Reese was lost, Kel of the house that the one day of devils, his forces to the engagement.
So many.
And all catchers under his command were to follow this order.
Enemies on
This
the zone.
Kel,
The
who
capture
would
zone
one
is
day
changing
claim the
location.
name of Achelux, abandoned all
Okay,
those
I head to the next zone.
who did not make war,
Yeah.
and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him. Thousands of catchers began their long exodus from Greece,
So dead. Why are you not dead?
following the corpses of Some houses gathered in groups of catchers.
Okay.
Some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible The Elixir had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume.
One bottom floor.
They needed to construct new shells to create ether synthetically. So created.
Paper
They were
thin
made
walls.
spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the traveler. Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any
Situation has changed.
was
The capture
discovered,
zone is
the
moving.
scarcity of resources in that space led to the devolution of Elixir society.
Capturing.
The once noble people became pirates,
Enemies on the zone.
warlords. Barbaric practices became commonplace. There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the houses, because they were strong. They claimed the position of Kells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations.
God, you run so much faster with
Thus,
this.
the triad of power within each house
Do you?
was born.
Good to know.
Kells, the Archons, and the Servitors. A new hierarchy had been born from the broken lines of the old, where before the Elixir had grown the size as they consumed more than to remain stronger
Good
still.
exchange.
Their utterly monstrous
I keep forgetting I have the melee I can
Capture
use.
zone is changing location.
For most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those with insufficient ether remained small.
Securing the zone.
Worst of all, though, punishments doled out by those who ruled the
Capture zone contested.
unspeakable. It is likely that on the long drift, lower arms
Protect the zone.
One on my X.
this would be known as docking, and many who were docked were turned into dregs, or wretches, the lowest possible rung of Elixir society. Thus it was that the Elixir would pursue the traveler, and become less of a people than would allow them to remember. The once noble banners of their houses would be cannibalized into symbols of dominance and declarations of territory. They would no longer be the utopian people that had grown up beneath the great machine. The damage to their society
Capture zone. Capture zone contested.
more generations. There would be newborn Elixir, but they would mostly be born in a time where fewer people
Nisa?
remembered the whirlwind
Enemies on the
or
zone.
Reese. They had no home to call their own. It would be nothing more than a passing legend, a dream. And that when humanity named them fallen as a common slur,
Capturing.
status as a people abandoned by their
Let me X.
They were a lost people, a tragic tale, a diaspora of vessels and cultures that had all lived millions. But should the universe be so harsh?
Protect the zone. Capture zone contested.
That would take some time. And there were other civilizations who would make their way to our astral
capture zone
shores
is
for
changing
reasons
location.
other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest. And they too would be making moves. The ruthless never laid eyes on them.
Sometimes the fireworks so well.
Okay, that's enough lives for your cause.
Okay, I need to.
Enemy spy activated sonar goggles.
Okay.
We had that back when I was KGB.
Hopefully this is a little bit better.
Whilst many civilizations
Capturing.
into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance from a greater being. One such people was found on the distant and rugged world of Tora Bartle. They were known as the Cabal.
The situation has changed. The capture zone is moving.
Might. Mighty warlords claiming the right to territory. In the days when they would break out into the stars, the Cabal's great warlords would still challenge each other for supremacy in the rights of their old ways. It is perhaps surprising that one of the oldest legends of the Cabal is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Acreus. The Cabal once saw someone had desired it for themselves.
That was a meme.
Before they could reach the sun to claim it, a great beast stood in their way.
Cuidado! An enemy spy is skulking around with their dogs. Securing the zone. Capture zone contested.
Seemingly insignificant things
Ultra's ready! Capture zone is changing location!
claimed the sun and was crowned as the first emperor.
Head to the next zone.
This legend shows their lack of civility as a people.
Protect the zone!
The Cabal believe themselves to be righteous rulers in this universe, and they believe that it is so because they are mightier than their foes. The sun is their and so they claim it. The legend of
My ult's up.
may not be true. The emperors of the Cabal
Securing the zone!
across their history and laid some of these worlds were
That's revenge.
Come down.
folded into the Cabal Empire. The Sindhu, the Cargo Cliffs,
Oh, Ultra is charged!
all of them would have
Saving my mine for the next zone.
Zone is in danger. This one's almost over, except for the name calling and finger pointing. The situation has changed. The capture zone is
Try to take him off of it.
Yep. Just lob a grenade over there.
Actually, no, we should be good. Yeah, okay. Now we have to get to
I
another one.
caught somebody in a dome with my fucking grenade.
his name.
One more, fine.
capture zone
On point.
contested.
And while he was emperor, he was not powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need to upend institutions for it to truly flourish. As emperor, he served alongside other powerful bodies that governed much of Tora Bartle's strength. Their people, their military by a praetorate.
Enemies
All
on the
the
zone.
military traditions of the Cabal.
They shoot. Ooh.
But Callus was different. He did not have
We're on the zone.
Get out of here.
stood in the way of this.
Oh, next zone, next zone.
Callus created a populist revolution to overthrow them both. So that he
Capture zone contested.
4 seconds.
Enemy spy activated sonar goggles. We had that back when I was KGB. Enemies on the zone.
Oh, damn.
Good fight.
Dang, we almost pulled that one off.
Yeah, the game.
sons of
Would have been better if you won it.
cleansed to be pristine and white, having his own
See, like, even 2 matches in,
defending stone or plant
it doesn't, it
might
like,
stand out.
it feels like
His
the
entire
even,
royal court
like, we were
all
pretty far
created
behind.
in the sands
That,
of
we were able to pull
Tora
that
Bartle's
one.
deserts. More telling were the actions he
I
took
think-
upon
I
his
think-
coronation
I
itself,
think
though.
no
as the
modern
one
first-person
true
shooter should
ruler
have
of
feel
the
this
Cabal.
bad.
In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court,
Yeah, this feels alright so far.
consul of the
And it,
praetorate
like,
brought before him. Stripped
I
of
get,
rank
I
and
hit a
title,
wall
and
with,
even
with
clothing.
modern Call of Duty now,
Callus
where I'm just like,
castrated
fuck
the
it, I don't
Cabal
want to see it
consul
again.
and banished
I
him
played,
into the
this is the
wastelands
first
of Tora
shooter,
Bartle,
like, just
saying but a
whole
single
W
word
shooter
to
I
him.
played for like
Run.
4 or 5 hours straight, and
This was an example of the
wasn't
ruthlessness
immediately
with
took
which
of it.
Callus governed his imperial domain.
now if they can carry that momentum,
and a
good.
generous one,
honestly,
vengeful
am
and
concerned
petty
about
the next.
sustainability for this
He
game.
treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations
Yeah.
of culture and
I don't know where it
decadence.
fits.
But behind the new emperor's magnificent opulence,
It seems like they're gonna add more factions,
his sadness was born
but
of a love
how much can you have?
lover had
Oh
left
shit.
him in a time of great sorrow. Callus knew that he had broken things between them, and that despite
I
loving
need
her,
maps. I need
their
lots
relationship had
of
been
maps.
damaged beyond repair, all thanks to his own selfish actions.
Yeah,
Oh.
but yeah, I mean,
There was
if they're
one
only
spark of that
leveraging like
relationship that still remained,
Ubisoft
one remnant of his old flame that he
properties,
clung to. Together, they had created an heir
there's
to the
not
Cabal
they're like,
Empire.
Ubisoft
Her
don't have
name would
they
be
don't have many
Kaiser.
left.
Oh god, they have double barrel
His
shotguns.
new Cabal Empire.
Dude.
She perhaps did not first
Dude.
comprehend the changes
I want
in
that.
her people's proud ways. She did not
This was
originally
beta
hate
map.
her father, though it would not take
Fun.
long for her to have good reason to do so.
Manageable.
One day, her father
Just
doted on her as he had
track
done
with
before.
some lanes
He
in
had
the middle.
given her some of the most revered gifts that a Cabal could receive, but today he had surpassed even
Interesting.
himself. He gifted his daughter a war beast.
Dude, when we
These
were playing the other
war
night
beasts
with
in Cabal
me
culture
and Kenny and
are
Will,
the most extreme
we were
example
rolling
of
with
what
this
it's
group
like
where
for a human being
there was always
to own
me
and
and Will
lovingly
running
care for a
that
dog. They are venerated beyond exception.
And we just throw out
Some of
four
the most prized companion
Domination.
that a Cabal can have.
Rule number 6.
and they just
There's
and
always
they're
another
funny because
war,
they're almost like
another
animals.
cantina,
They automatically
and
start
another
walking
capture zone.
and then we just follow up to where you're gonna go.
Dos.
In his
Uno.
inconceivable
Take the
fortitude,
sword.
jealousy,
Oh god.
Viva
Guys,
la revolución.
hey, we're on the point. What the fuck?
he believed that she loved her own war beast.
Everyone get on this.
They're gonna take middle.
Zone's ours now.
Oh, just control.
The idea of his daughter loving
Enemy dead.
changed. The course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her father.
Capture zone contested. They're taking zone B.
Back.
Could never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. That saw a degree of discontent. Keitel was but one of them. The Emperor's old father his legions in Moran.
We're taking zone A.
A master of festivals, all of them harbored
He didn't like that.
the Emperor. It was under the leadership of two Cabal that these malcontented members joined in purpose and turned into conspirators. The former consul that Callus had banished into the and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader,
Capture zone contested.
Post Primus.
Got one on you right now? I weakened him?
Nah, he got me.
A plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in this
They're taking zone B.
who spelled his ultimate doom. Callus fled for his throne. He sought to marry
Got one.
a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these
Behind. Or, like, I don't know, callouts.
The enemy is attacking zone B.
Somewhere.
held her father's
We're taking zone A. Capture zone contested.
Oh shit, yeah.
not
I think they're NC.
They're going after zone C.
the streets of the Cabal capital.
Fireball.
His utterly massive entourage in tow. All traces
We're
of
somehow
the old
catching up.
Emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the Imperial. Forced to march
Okay, that's enough lives for your cause.
the
Now you
navigation
take some.
controls for this great uncharted space. On Tora Bartel, the consul and Gaul seized power and began a new
What?
Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only dominus of the Cabal.
Brett.
United
Okay.
His authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time.
We're taking Zone A.
Condition.
Begun to break
Critical.
him from his misery. No form of entertainment, no food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow. The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded.
Zone compromised.
But what eventually broke him from his
Allies on B.
stupor would be one day
We're liberating A.
Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void
Let's have
of
some fun.
space
We have the
and
win.
encountered strange
Zone C's got enemies. Capture zone is ours now. Zone A.
Alright. They have a little bit to play around with.
Taking C.
What he would come to know is that the he would see and witness. Thanks to the disruption that they Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had deformed the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld what he would be defined by for the rest of his life.
Not today.
Zone compromised. Ultras red. Liberate all zones from enemy occupation. Zone B is in danger.
After 12 hours and numerous terrible quakes, Callus returned inside with a look of mania.
Amigos taking B. Enemies winning. Time to fight dirty.
Welcomed it. As he said at the time, when nothing matters, what's left? Joy, comfort, freedom. The true freedom of pursuing pleasure for pleasure's sake.
Capture zone is ours now.
Change your mates. Reload. I've forgotten my exile. I shall not forget it. Thus Callus returned to his mission. He would follow the directions of this terrible voice.
Damn it.
And would be its herald.
Just captured that moment.
Aids to those that have wronged him. To this end, Leviathan's navigation system returned to functioning order. The vessel charted its way back into space. To employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge. His
Amigos
shadows.
taking B.
Across the many worlds that have been conquered by the Emperor of the Cabal, he had found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to glorious armor, embellished with golden heraldry, and offered all that their hearts desired in exchange for servitude.
Oh my God, he's right there in the corner. Shred.
Conspirators and managed to successfully hunt down the Callus' favored
Right.
tea merchants that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempt at assassinations, and upon Gaul and Caesar,
Zone contested. Zone B is in danger.
for his daughter in
We're
particular,
claiming A.
he would send shadows with a specific weapon.
To me.
A blade passed down from generation to generation. Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called Adrenalin, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape, when a shaft was exposed to psionic energy. The weapon was an heirloom
Allies
passed
on B.
through the women of Callus's life, and he had made sure that Kaiser would eventually receive
Running out of time to turn this around, compay.
his assassins
That'll
attempted
come
to
in
take
handy.
her life time and time again, and each time he was
Zone compromised.
ready to be reforged like Callus once more. In a strange way, this is how they kept in touch. Callus and Kaiser would not communicate.
They're on B.
His choices.
We have the
Kaiser
win.
let Callus know of each other's continued existence.
No.
Each other's strength and intention.
Revenge here. Serves them right.
He had remilitarized the culture,
Not whether you win or lose,
sent
compay.
out many
Good game.
scout
You did
legions of
lose.
the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal's space. each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe, would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of Scion flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. Just as
these player models look weird now.
It would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol,
made out of clay.
came an omen of prosperity and doom. A single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story begins. And it starts with the arrival of the Traveler.
Snap. Just about to hit Destiny 1? Actually, no. Kind of a ways away.
Yeah, this is humanity is prosperous era.
Our tale turns to humanity, who at the time were a primitive civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time. The creation of human culture and language, the splitting of the atom, the journey of a few brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s that the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing, and perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place on Mars defied scientific
creating match.
Hastily, the 3 greatest powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint task force. The United States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, the explorers Mielova, Shao, and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet.
Heck is this?
They were unsure of what they might find when they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter, they had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they trekked toward the signal's source, anticipation building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it. The source of the signal and the reason for the disturbances.
Forward. Anybody pushes
Together
you,
they beheld
push
the
back.
entity that would change
With
the fate
napalm.
of humanity forever. The Traveler. Beneath its radiant splendor, they bore witness to the first Martian rains in human history and saw life return to the Red Planet. But this was not simply the greatest discovery in all of human history.
If you do the slide and then little slide and jump, it gives you a little burst forward somehow. I'm not sure how gravity works
This
with
time
that.
will be known to us as the
push the package to the delivery zone. Let nobody get in your way. Sanitize.
humanity's immense bounty of creation.
Right around the corner to the right.
The changes to
Behind
humanity
you.
were apparent almost immediately. The nations of Earth and all its peoples entered a time of
Oops.
extraordinary peace and prosperity. With the bounty of the Traveler effectively doing away with all forms of war and prejudice. The lifespan of the average human tripled, and we did not grow frail in our old age. Those at the age of 90 were considered.
Retaliatory strike!
It is recorded
Damn.
they were humans born with a remarkable gift. They were able to hear the voice of the Traveler through involuntary dreams and sudden premonitions. They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as Speakers. Their words were observed with reverence and respect. They expanded out into the system of Sol and established marvelous colonies, an endeavor made easier by the Traveler, which helped to terraform our worlds and hospitable planets. Mercury became a garden world, and the breadbasket of the system. Venus was given a breathable atmosphere alongside its oceans of methane. Humanity expanded out to all these places and more as the traveler changed the worlds around us from hellscapes to heavens. Great cities rose from the spires of the Martian city of Freehold. Humanity took root and flourished in Sol. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily where they had discovered the Vex ruins that predated humanity by billions of years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was probably the most infamous corporation to ever exist.
Okay, that happened. Now dust yourself off and go burn those
Clovis
germs.
Bray Corporation. Named after its less than humble creator, Clovis Bray I, it was responsible for starting the
Package is
entire
moving
research
backwards. It's time to move it forward.
Artificial intelligence to artificial personhood
Keep
for
that package
aerospace
moving.
defense.
Delivery
The
zone
remnants of
abust.
Clovis Bray facilities can still be found.
I don't like the double-barreled.
To the moon,
No.
to Mars,
Not too
and
much.
even on some distant Jovian moons. Known to work in collaboration with certain national governments as well. It held a great deal of power and influence across all of humanity. But perhaps the greatest legacy of humanity's golden age was our technology. In the golden age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from even magic to those living back in the early 21st century.
Packing new
Humanity
hardware.
quickly developed spacefaring craft capable of remarkable feats of transportation, including the first near-light-speed jump drives. There was also the creation of Glimmer, a program that grenades correct energy sources. In a very similar vein, but on a grander scale, Willa Bray, one of Clovis's granddaughters, was a leading pioneer on a project known
The
as
package is moving
This was a
backwards.
nanite.
The job is to move it forward.
to construct and create inconceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control. The speed with which these nanites could construct
Payback.
from
All
seemingly
right.
nothing was revolutionary. The great cities of the Golden Age colonies were built so quickly, thanks partly to this technology. It could even convert surrounding matter into more SIVA, allowing it to replicate quickly. It was intended to be used in deep space
Almost quitting
colonization
time, pal.
missions as well, coming out of the creation of everything from basic habitations to whole colonies in next to no time at all. There was also the discovery of a new, more pure state of matter, energy. Within this state of matter, information and energy could be stored and encoded. Whilst it would decay over time,
5,
programs became
4,
as reasonable
3,
means to store
2,
data
the pack
as
one.
another.
Damn.
Significant data stores, which can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into
Your turn
whatever is
on D.
contained within,
Send that.
Let's get
as
it.
long as you have the appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly, there were two inventions within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time.
In hindsight, I should have switched to being a sport.
Consciousness stored digitally on a mechanical body, thus allowing the person to live on with immortality inside their mechanical shell. It became the obsession of Clovis Bray I, who desired immortality and believed that he would be the one to guide humanity into a second age of man, where they would surpass even the Traveler. Exomines had been created before in the Golden Age by others, but they had universally failed, falling prey to fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time. The first hint to the secret of true Exos was
If
discovered
the enemy
in
passes a progress
a
point,
project
they
under the
win.
watchful eye of Clovis's
don't let 'em.
grandson, Quentin Bray, had uncovered project had uncovered an artifact buried on the moon. It was known as the Anomaly, and had inexplicable properties, but chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew. Clovis visited the site, and whilst others experienced hallucinations, he heard something entirely different. Guided him to the distant moon of Europa, promising in his dreams that he would discover the secret to his ascension. His entire purpose.
Bad guys are almost at our progress point. Regroup!
There, Clovis discovered what he would call clarity control. The statue his eyes closed. This would be the first of many statues of the always alien, always black as obsidian.
What goes around comes around.
Also times that he would need to construct the Vex Gate. The combination of these two factors was key to the Exo's creation. Vex radiolarian fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a
Oh, they coming.
The enemy is creeping up on the checkpoint.
Just you can.
The mass of Exos would merge and begin to trickle down into human society.
You fought a good fight.
Little did Clovis know,
It was an
one
okay fight.
artifact and clarity
Would have been better if you won it.
perfumed
Lame.
darkness, and that Clovis might have played into the grander designs of agents beyond his comprehension. The Warmind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age. But whilst his granddaughter Elsie Bray would have been close to the Exo Project, it was Anna Bray who was close to this one. The Warmind was a creation that would eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself. But it would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence, refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more than any administrative or defensive intelligence. Its original template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a smaller AI that had simply
take a
been
little break.
nicknamed R. It would now be given a new name
what?
under Clovis
I'm
Bray
gonna take a break.
and his
Give me a snack, but I'll be
granddaughter
right back.
Anastasia
Okay.
Bray.
Each one.
It would
I'm
bear the
about fucking-
name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were
Take
so
a break
vast
from this.
that he
Sounds
would
good.
sometimes split himself into different sub-minds in order to partition different tasks into different working groups. In the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many great war minds, of which Rasputin was the greatest. Charlemagne, Malahiyati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. But even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives, and they would name Rasputin according to his influence. They gave him the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose was to be humanity's shield, protecting us from threats to our existence that might come from the stars. He was linked in with almost every possible piece of infrastructure to assist him with this goal. Every vessel, every satellite, every automated weapon system. They could have all been commandeered by the Warmind at a moment's notice should an emergency arise. Rasputin even employed a small private army of loyal human and exo forces known as Seraphs. Where manual intervention was required, they represented the long arm of the Tyrant's will. Whilst he lacked any paracausal abilities himself, he still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not, this would lead to the creation of remarkable weapons created through independent sub-protocols of his own design. This could be anything from traditional small arms, such as was made in the Ikelos program, or full-scale planetary defense systems. The greatest of these weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars and which spread throughout the system. Each independent warsat held various sensors and communication systems. It was also armed with a variety of ordnance packages. Clovis Bray I would at one point plan on using these weapons packages to do the unthinkable. In his hubris, Clovis believed that he could replace the Traveler with Rasputin, and so he engineered the possibility for Rasputin to strike down the mysterious sphere. A protocol called Abhorrent Imperative was inserted into the Warmind's code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be fair to say that Anastasia Bray gave him his soul. It was thanks to her many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems, realizing that Abhorrent Imperative was something that he should probably never use. Whilst the protocol remained intact, it would never be used by Rasputin. Even if Clovis had tried to force him to use it, it would have failed. Rasputin's love of human culture would be reflected even to the last of his dying moments. If you ventured into his bunkers, every once in a while you could hear Tchaikovsky playing in the background. With all of humanity's newfound prosperity and its security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus Program was conceived of. Dozens of massive colony ships were constructed, each packed with colonists and shipboard systems that would propel humanity to the stars beyond Sol. The Exodus vessels were designated by color, such as Exodus Red, Exodus Blue, Exodus Indigo, and Exodus Black. Under the supervision of General Chen Lanshu, these vessels were assembled and launched from the old Cosmodrome in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, and negotiations with Clovis Bray were even undertaken to see Siva nanites placed aboard each vessel to assist with colonization efforts, or defense should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity, but as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last. There were signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun. Humanity had a few moments at which there were warning signs hinting towards the nature of the coming collapse, and even some direct warnings themselves. Many times they were tragically ignored, pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the Golden Age could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe that humanity would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system would be plunged into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened quickly, it was not a single moment in time that turned the marvels of our Golden Age from splendor to ash. There were warning signs long before this, and the months over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies. But our warnings would begin on Titan. Proto-worm god Asa, sole survivor of Fundament, had made her home in the methane ocean's viscous depths. There, she had stayed alone for eons, until the traveler arrived and the new Pacifica Arcology was founded on the ocean surface above. A subsurface research team eventually found Arsa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for friendship to break the loneliness
I have
that she had felt
to
for so many eons, but she also uttered dreadful warnings.
use
The marine
the bathroom.
xenobiologists who studied Arsa heard her warnings and even brought them to their superiors. But alas,
I'll be right back.
the ancient warning of the single being that might have told them of the witness fell on deaf ears. Thus, our first chance to avert complete disaster was scuppered. On Mars, there was another opportunity. A joint venture between the Clovis Bray Corporation and the Ishtar Collective had borne significant fruit and would be the next avenue by which we might have learned of the oncoming calamity and done something about it. By utilizing Vex technology discovered on Venus and in cooperation with Clovis Bray, a new AI was created. It was not as powerful as Rasputin, but it was still worthy of great respect. Her name was Soteria, but she was also known by another designation, the Augur Mind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective, whilst retaining their remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees of accuracy was what Soteria had maintained. The Vex commonly use this power to chart a course to the end state of the universe, where they will be the only remaining form of life that will survive uncontested. Soteria used this technology to chart safe routes for colonial expeditions out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way. One day, the fabled Ishtar Collective leader, known as Maya Sundaresh, removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echopods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27, and then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had just simulated and discovered the Black Fleet, and had realized that it was on its way. Any potential colonial flights that might escape had a narrow window in which they would need to do so, for the fleet was getting closer to Sol with every second. Soteria shepherded this data to Rasputin on a private communications band, and classified the threat under the subtext code of Rasputin's own designation known as Egyptian, a threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat that Rasputin was always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment and prepared for all-out war in the system. Soteria, for her part, was responsible for at least one attempt to save the lives of what human colonists were prepared to go beyond Sol. She prepared emergency launches for the fleet of colonial echopods at her disposal and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echopods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence. A prison that was originally meant for the warmind Rasputin. This was a punishment for her defiance. In a moment of desperation, Soteria attempted one last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warnings of the oncoming collapse. Through a combination of hubris, inaction, and misunderstanding, we had wasted them. And so the Black Fleet arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witness's forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions of people from Titan to Mars prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about-turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though, and even if they had all followed them, it was not going to be enough. The next sign came to be the most distressing of them all. The Traveler, which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The Traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete, and it wasn't heading for a new patch of ground to transform. It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the Traveler's retreat time and time again. The forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death, in some ways quite literally. Whilst those in the many colony ships that reached the outer system were wiped out almost universally by gravitational weapons from the Black Fleet, nowhere was there a more dramatic end than on Titan, where the Black Fleet artificially altered the moon's gravity to create a 150-foot-high wave, a super tsunami that spread out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the arcologies beneath a torrent of methane. The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experienced this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to regret more than any other on any day, Rasputin abandoned humanity to their fate and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, and despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash-froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in their wake. Such an action would not only have the effect of creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, but it also suspended the Warmind, Wormgod, and Hive Prince in stasis. None of them would be able to take part in the battles ahead, and only when the ice caps again began to thaw hundreds of years later would this new threat re-emerge once more. At the heart of the collapse, humanity would suffer without Rasputin. But even if he had died in their defense, it would have made no difference. Humanity would die in their untold billions. The forces of the Witness were unleashed upon the worlds of Sol. Survivors from the Black Armory recall some of the moments of the Great Calamity on Earth, where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, Without mercy or remorse, where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit as a titanic show of their power, when a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it to nothing more than bone and dust. The forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in, and soon they would be ready to take the fight to the traveler above Earth. Soon they would make the killing blow. The traveler was there, ready for the witness and its disciples to claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the veil and the traveler and allow the completion of the final shape. On one of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the witness's disciples had been selected for the great honor of leading the assault against Earth. His name was Nezarec, the so-called final god of pain. His dark influence had invaded the dreams of a few who'd lived in Sol long before even the time of the traveler's arrival, and now he had come to this new dark feeding ground. The veil was in his possession, and from his vessel within the Black Fleet, he would tear humanity asunder at their home world. For this one terrible moment, all must have seemed lost. Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place. And it was all thanks to one who the witness had deceived long ago. Savathun, the Witch Queen. After she had split from the taken King Oryx's side, the witness had taken note of her cunning and
Oh god, I've been muted this whole
It had
time?
planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother Oryx.
Oh fuck.
In a move that sparked jealousy from Rolk, the first disciple, the witness saw her as a potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply perceived as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world, and he was instructed to train her
Okay.
to one day ascend into the witness's highest ranks.
I need my controller.
In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving
I don't know where it is right now.
Is it time for some blood? You can play.
and
play
she
that.
had her own plans.
You know,
Savathun
I still have
had
to
no
catch up
intention of following the
in that,
doctrine of the
so
witness and
Yeah.
completing the final
I
shape.
don't want to go through the same stuff
Because her
twice on
existence was
stream.
predicated on lies and
Yeah,
deception,
that makes sense.
that she was so easily able to fit in with its
So I need
ranks.
something else in the meantime.
Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave.
I have an
and
idea.
that the witness had lied to the Hive. Perhaps
The
she wished
idea.
to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself. Whatever the case may be, Savathun did as she had previously done to Oryx when he was Aurix. With blade in hand, she fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating
Sorry, I
him.
had to grab the idea.
It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth, she stole away the Veil, the key to the witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, the butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the witness's
Oh, please
most loyal
connect.
disciples,
What is this?
scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the Veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local Vex, and the haywire signal of the Veil itself would be enough to hide it from the witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one of the few remaining colony ships, Exodus Indigo, carried the
my
Ishtar
controller's not connecting.
researchers known as Maya Sundaresh and Chioma Essie out of the chaos. They were assaulted by a disciple of some kind, but miraculously managed to fend it off with their ship's defenses. The glaive of the disciple that had struck the vessel was
Ow.
used like an antenna, and remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's wayward son,
Right, I need to find another controller.
safely
One moment.
harbor within the vessel itself. Even as the Exodus Indigo would shuffle its way into Neptune's atmosphere, it would find the veil. Thus, many years later, the hidden city of New York would be born. For the longest time, both the world and the city hoped for an all-universe. That the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous casualty of the collapse. But, in reality, their survival represented the one true hope of humanity. Here, the tide turned. Humanity's doom was still assured, but without the veil, the witness could not enact its plans. It could not merge the traveler's light with the veil's darkness. It could not create the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as the traveler itself. It's unbelieved that Warmind had attempted to destroy the traveler. Others believed that in a single titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces of light. Others speak of stranger tales still. What we do know is this: the traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity, and as it hung low above Earth, it was left broken.
I didn't play much of this before I like.
Sphere still be found as a remnant of that titanic struggle.
Yeah.
It sits to this day
So I have this game.
known as the European Dead Zone.
Why is it?
The forces of the witness were either banished from Sol
What the hell is this?
or left.
Why is it running so fast?
Sacrificed
Whoa, it
itself
is
to
running
save
like double
humanity.
speed.
The Black Fleet was forcibly ejected into dark space, or perhaps the
What game is
just
this?
in case there was any
This is Penny's Big Breakaway.
The traveler had won, but the cost was utterly staggering. Most of humanity lay dead or dying. The Warmind was nowhere to be found. Novels and technology
Let's
into the fire. Knowledge was lost, and the ravages of
try that again.
apocalypse were upon us. Worst of all, the traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth in the name of humanity, was all but completed. War was upon us. But from this moment of tragedy, a new hope was born. In the moment of the traveler's sacrifice, thousands of tiny sparks of its own divinity were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger.
Why is this happening?
Spilled forth from the traveler. This was the birth of the ghosts. Their work had never been seen before. They would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system. Once again, their sacred mission, their singular task, was to head out into the system, to find those amongst the dead who were worthy of wielding the traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its own dying warriors. Though they would be known as the light bearers in the early days, the ages that followed, they were almost universally heralded by another title. They would be known as the Guardians.
This is peculiar.
But theirs was not the only light that would emerge after the collapse. The apex of the calamity, as darkness pressed in all around, out in the reaches of the asteroid belt.
Come on.
another
Why
miraculous
the
occurrence
troubleshooting
took
hour?
place.
Why now?
Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people
man.
were being changed. Beginning with a clash of light and darkness, with a singularity and one woman who would be the first to cross
This is
over.
not fair.
Though she would not know her destiny at the time, she would one day be sovereign. Her mother in that moment would be Starlight.
So,
Father would be
one of the interesting things about the game is apparently it's built under like its own engine and kind of mimics it's by the same people who did Sonic Mania, and it's like momentum based. There's like kinetics involved. It's interesting. I don't know why it's doing this though.
After collapse, an Exodus program vessel, the Exodus Green,
Some
was
resolution.
partway through its journey into the stars. The passengers and crew were meant to form a new outpost of humanity somewhere out in the universe. Their plans were first interrupted by a silent shadow striking their ship. Creatures of space, the ship's captain honestly hailed the pursuer vessel multiple times to no avail. Phantom pursuer alone proved troublesome enough. This vessel was likely outnumbered by its pyramid ships, thus spelling an almost certain doom when it crawled over. Their plans were foiled by the beginning of the collapse. The Warmind Rasputin
I must hear it in my soul.
to the Exodus Green to begin using its defensive kinetic weapons as artillery, and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat.
Oh, can it really be that easy?
Pursued by a mysterious assailant and being recalled to
Yeah, I like that.
for a system that she would soon not even call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a molecular level, torn asunder slowly as they tried to flee desperately. In this moment, Alice Lee sent out every comm-buoy and antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark for anything to hear that might care. She declared her intention that her and her crew were to be
let's see if that
considered a separate entity from
hurts everything.
humanity and soul, a neutral party with no allegiance to her. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown. There was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands. Her name was Mara, and she had seen that soon she was likely to die. She wished to go out on her own terms, so she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long tether from the main vessel. Her brother, Aldwin, as was his nature, followed in her footsteps.
Yeah, why do you have to do me dirty like this, man?
The Exodus Green surrounded by darkness, a sudden light appeared. In that moment, the clash of primordial forces took place. The very fabric of the universe buckled. A singularity formed within that clash of light and dark, and it began to drag the Exodus Green into its depths. Seeing his sister in mortal peril, Aldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the Exodus Green. But Mara did not look back.
I did something.
And as the ship and Aldwin and Mara were pulled towards the singularity, the young woman who would one day be one of Sol's mightiest sovereigns cut the cord connecting her to the vessel and reached towards infinity. She would choose her own fate. She would be the first. Within the singularity, everything would change. The people of the Exodus Green would awaken on the other side of the singularity, and they would be forever changed by the synthesis of light and dark that they had encountered. Alice Lee was the first to wake, and she discovered Mara Self next. And as the future queen arose from a cold dream, the two of them beheld what Alice Lee believed to be a world of her own creation. Deep within the singularity,
I know why this is happening too.
Oh yeah.
its rivers flowed like silver, and its endless forests teemed with
So
life
you're not going to be able to
untainted.
see this
They
part,
called this world the distributary.
but I'm
And as
decoupling
it was
the
located
two
on the other
monitors.
side of the black hole, it was separated from the ravages of Sol. Inside,
This
the
is probably going to give me
singularity
my full screen settings.
far more rapidly than it did.
Let's see.
And so what might be 1 second for
Yep.
us might have been 100 years for those that lived in the distributary. Slowly, Alice and Warsaw began to wake up others, until most of the 40,000 or so crew and passengers of the Exodus Green were also roused from their slumber. Their numbers were harshly imbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women. As a result,
Yep,
the society
playing at normal
that
speed now.
within the distributory was a matriarchal
Didn't like
one.
the
And
monitors
the
being
men of
stitched
the
together
new
like
civilization that was born were not often assigned to any positions
It's not
within
cool.
their hierarchy that
I
might
didn't
be
want to do
considered
this.
hazardous in any manner. With their
wouldn't be a
lifespans being
stream without it,
practically
though.
infinite within the
You're right.
depths of the singularity. These people were
This is
constantly
really just more of
and so each of them would grow to become a fount of knowledge
it is a
and
me problem just
experience,
because of how
mastering their many crafts over the thousands of years.
weird I'm displaying
Their
things.
skin turned hues of blue, grey, and purple. These new people strode out across the distributory.
So-
Okay,
and
children,
declared
watch what I
themselves to
do.
be
Watch how
children
we
of a
fix this
covenant
problem
between
today.
the light and
Yeah.
the dark.
Should you have to
They
like
would call
squeeze
themselves
a 1440p image into a
the
no,
Awoken
sorry,
were
a
immediately
1080p image
split
into a
between those
fucking
of the
1440p
891 original
resolution,
remaining crew
and then
of the
downsample
Exodus
that to
Green,
1080p,
and the 40,000 or so passengers
and now you get a
that
headache.
had simply been colonists in stasis aboard.
The real lesson here is
The 891 were considered to be
if you
leaders,
stream like
and the
this,
40,000
you
were
need some
in
different
many ways
hardware or
subordinate.
change the monitor.
Regardless, there were
I
questions
could
that
change
all
the
of
monitor
the
and
more
play
modern
off
men
of,
were
like,
asking about
my
their
1080p
foundational
monitor.
experience, the existence that they now found themselves in.
I wouldn't have
Answering
my high
these
frame rate.
questions could determine the balance
Yeah.
of power amongst this new people for time in memoriam, and so a council was convened to address all
Okay, let me
concerns.
reconnect things.
Chief amongst them was whether the Awoken should return to where they had come from and leave the distributory, or remain within its bounds to
I have an
prosper
idea.
eternally. Those that wished to leave were known as the Echolystes, who believed that the Awoken were the cosmos that had saved them from destruction. Those that wished to stay were known as the Sacred, who believed that the covenant of light and dark that had created the Awoken had been made with the understanding that they would forfeit all right
Okay,
to
here's
their
what we're gonna do.
a new start here with the distributory. Alice Lee proudly proclaimed the Sacred
Okay.
and declared that the Awoken should go forth and explore the infant cosmos of the distributory. In secret, Mara Sov would counsel others, gathered by her reborn brother Aldrin, and would state that when the time was right, they would all return. Alice Lee would leave this first council in an ascendant position, and proclaimed herself to be the first queen of the Awoken, as she believed
So what I think
herself
is
to
also
be the
happening
first
here
of the
is
Awoken
not
to have
only
ever
is it
existed.
s-
After the many decrees
it's
about the
essentially
Awoken
playing the
people, that
game
day
at
were spoken
1080p
aloud into covenant and law.
60
Alice Lee
frames,
made her first command as the queen
but
of this
because
newly reborn people.
I'm also
There would be
displaying
no
it
lies amongst
uh,
the Awoken. Little did she know that this
144 image
well-intentioned
or
first
144
decree
like signal
would be the
to the
source
main
of so
monitor.
much pain,
It's essentially
and would
playing at more
also
than double
bring
speed.
about her downfall.
It's the only
As
thing I could think
Awoken
of.
people expanded out
for that.
across the distributory.
Yeah,
Some would form tribal groups out by the forests and
Fallout
seas.
does that to me,
Predominantly, these people were
where
of the
it
Ecolist persuasion.
can't calculate
Those who dwelled in the cities, on the
240
other hand,
frame
tended to be
monitor.
of the
and
same
Oh, yeah.
like,
mindset.
it runs at like triple
Unbeknownst to
speed until
all
I
but
go
a
in there
few,
and
the seeds
I
for
have to
division were
put my
laid
frame
in this
rate down to my
foundational
monitor to
difference.
120, and then it knows how
One
to
day,
divide that.
a
into
woman
60
from the
frames.
original 891 crew of the Exodus Green came forward with words
Weird.
like
What if I
fire.
change this to six?
She
No.
was the Diasarum, and she would loudly proclaim that Alice Lee had committed deicide, the murder of a god. It had
I
long
should
been
be able to do
accepted
that.
that Alice Lee had been the creator of the Awoken peoples.
I
and
could
the
try
distributory.
moving the stream over to the main
Diasarum
PC.
stated that Alice Lee could have chosen for all the Awoken to have a divine form, that she had instead
Man,
chosen to grant
this
them
game is
the
fun, though.
same mortal form that they had
Grr.
maintained in their past lives. The Diasarim stated that through this choice, Alice Lee had effectively created all Awoken suffering in the universe. She had killed their potential divinity in its crib. The real damage of the statement was not simply the notion that all Awoken had been denied an existence without suffering. It was also that Alice Lee had potentially lied by omission. She was meant to be the queen without secrets, and yet she had kept the most terrible secret for herself. This moment, this accusation of the murder of unborn gods, would be the event that began the first war of the Awoken, the Theodicy War. Prior to this moment, there had been no need for paladins or protectors. But with the Theodicy War, a Rubicon of conflict was crossed, and the Awoken were changed forever. The war would erode the authority of the Queen, but she would eventually send Osana Sov, Mara Sov's mother, to negotiate with the Diasarim and sue for peace. When Osana met with the Diasarim, she promised her that her daughter Mara Sov would tell her any secret she desired to know in exchange for peace.
Morning Star.
It was that the Diasarim traveled
or
to meet
Evening
Mara
Star.
Sov atop the mountain where she resided.
Request.
Was never seen again. The questions of what happened and how the Diasarim disappeared.
Look into my very
persist in
niche
the
and specific
legends
issue.
here to this day. Did Mara kill her? Did she cease to be, having heard an unimaginable secret? Did she change her ways and choose a new life after having caused the first war? Was it always Mara all along? None can be sure, but what we do know is that the Diasarim was most certainly Mara's puppet in this regard. She would allow the Ekalist cause to wither for a time. She did not believe it was the right moment for the Awoken to return. But one day, return they would. Before that time would arrive, Mara would have a chance encounter that would change her life forever. As the Sanguine's faction's truth flourished, their scribes gathered all knowledge, including portents and prophecy, to their side. In this way, they heard the discontent of Mara and Aldrin, who still quietly supported the Ekalist position. To these scholars, they represented something of an existential threat. If Mara were to ever gain power in the future, she could be the spark that started a second Theodicy War. One day, a colossal Awoken warrior would enter the court of some of these scribes, armed with a longbow so massive that only a woman of her unchallenged strength could even string it, let alone draw it to its fullest length. She declared that her name was Sieur Ido, and that she was hunting Mara Sov for the murder of her lady, the Diasarim. The scholars of the Sanguine saw this as a chance to potentially save thousands of lives by taking just one. So they did what they could to direct Sieur, though she would still not find her quarry for a long time. Under the Awoken's second queen,
I don't feel good about this.
a masked figure would enter the royal court. This was Mara in disguise, and she would counsel the queen for a long time, swaying her to become an Ekalist and encouraging her to open her court to all the knowledge of the world. The many scholars gathered there would be set to work in a way that suited Mara's cause. But one day into this court, many years later, Sieur Ido would walk, still furious over the death of the Diasarim, still hunting Mara. But when she found Mara in her laboratory, she was stopped in her tracks. Her fury was suddenly tempered by Mara's grace and beauty. Her hatred wilted, and something else blossomed in its stead. Sieur Ido could not bear to kill Mara, and so she threw down her weapon. She declared that she would wound someone beloved to Mara, thus leaving her forever maimed in spirit, because she could not bear to kill Mara in all her beauty. Mara could not refuse this challenge, and so her brother Aldrin became her chosen champion. The two warriors would battle each other with blade, with rifle.
That's you making food.
Fifth-generation superiority fighters. The news of this duel sent the scribes that had set Sieur on Mara into a wild panic. Over the centuries since they had sicked Sieur on Mara, they had found a place in the new Queen's court, and realized that if they were found to have sanctioned this murder, they would be banished. Luckily for these idle scholars, the duel between Aldrin and Sieur would have a most unexpected outcome. When fighting with blades, the brute strength of Sieur was equal to the finesse and footwork of Aldrin. They both fell together, and thus it was a tie. When fighting with rifles, the two warriors fought in the distributory's great jungles. Whilst Aldrin was the better hunter, Sieur used her disruptive power to brute force a victory, swaying nature's balance against Aldrin, forcing the fauna to expose him. this way, she secured victory and had been able to severely wound Aldrin in the process. For their final battle, both of them were supplied with any choice of ship that they desired. Sieur had chosen a powerful Ermine TAC interceptor. Aldrin had chosen an outdated ship called a Dart. What Sieur failed to realize was that per the terms of the duel, any weapons that could not be supplied would be simulated instead. The Dart's standard weapon loadout was capable of being switched with an air-to-air nuclear munition. Using this simulated munition, Aldrin scored a kill from over 80 kilometers away, and Sieur Ido lost before she could even see him. The score was all tied up. Realizing the stalemate, Sieur threw herself before Mara and said that with the tie, her fate was in Mara's hands. She pleaded for a more kind fate than that of the Diasarim, who she had sworn to avenge. Mara approached the humbled warrior and said, "Rise, Sieur Ido. Let us take the stars together." The exact story
So she got
of the blossoming
nuked.
love between Mara and Sieur is not recorded
Nuke
in complete
sniped.
detail. But given the lifespans of the Awoken were near infinite, it may have been a love that
The
endured
Dukem
as
got nukem.
unassailably as the moon and the tides that it brings. Mara would have need of strong confidants, especially for what came next, and few amongst the Awoken were as strong as Sieur Ido. Mara scoured the great archives of the Awoken, looking for knowledge. She had to prove what she already knew, that the Awoken had to return to the greater universe. To do this, she launched countless satellites and instruments of observation into the orbit of the distributary's planetary gravity. When she had sufficient proof, she would address
Are
the
you
Awoken
fucking serious?
and tell them of this most fundamental of truths. Mara at this point was the face of the Ekalist belief, and with data to back up her assertion, she would inform the Awoken of the reality that they had to face. Returning to the universe at large would be perilous, and it would pull the Awoken from the distributary, thus robbing them of their immortality. But Mara's sway over the people was immense. What's more, Mara told them of the fragments that had been retrieved from the observation instruments. What little they had heard indicated that their kin on the other side were in terrible danger, and that the Awoken had escaped the same fate. The distributary was a refuge, but they had arrived there by escaping a madness more ancient than unknown. Guarantee of embracing mortality, Mara gained the support of tens of thousands of the Awoken, thus granting her the people that she would leave from the exploratory expedition to solve. Before she left, she deemed that there was one thing she had to do. Mara went to sleep, first to leave the Awoken. She who had believed the distributary to be of her design, with the dance, accused solely her of the Awoken divinity. Mara was told the first lie. Sitting with her, Mara would tell her the truth. It was Alice Lee who created the distributary. It was not Alice Lee who had been the first amongst their people. It was not Alice Lee who had been the It was Mara. She was the first. Alice Lee was enraged at the truth, knowing now that Mara had engineered all that had happened across the history of the world, knowing that all the suffering of their people was her fault, knowing that Mara was guilty of the very thing she herself had been accused of. An accusation so strong that it sparked anew the concept of war itself in a universe unhinged. Alice Lee would then throw her support behind Mara's expedition. What happened on that? So that she could rid the distributary of Mara forever. The last thing she called Mara was the devil. After some preparation, the expedition would be successful, and Mara would return to Sol. It was then that she discovered the system of interference. She quickly established habitats and outposts within the reaches of what
shot that one.
Can you like chill, bro? Did the first one perfectly.
As the raiders were fought back, some of the Awoken had taken the opportunity to act on their desires, and a vessel was quickly launched away from the reef before anyone could stop it. Seeing her control start to wither,
You know what that fucker smells like?
Nara relented.
Get him.
The Awoken would be given one choice each. They could either remain in the reef under her rule and build towards a future for the system on their own terms, or they could leave now and assist humanity at the cost of never returning again. Thus, the Awoken, who had already been torn apart by those who left the Distributory and those who stayed, were riven once again into the Reefborn and Earthborn Awoken. Those who left Tamara's control would go on to do an immeasurable amount of good for the people of Earth. Many would even be judged as being worthy of becoming guardians of the world. The world that they had reached into would be a terrifying one. Before humanity's golden age had stood, there was only ruins, rust, and the remains of those who had died in the darkness.
Yeah. Nice dog.
Such was the nature of history.
Scaled dog.
What we do know is that of the forces that were held in Sol, the Awoken were clearly not the first. The elixirs of Earth had come to a close, but not all of them had
Come on. Dude, this guy is wild. Oh, come on. I didn't need to be there.
Right back.
Alright. Cooling.
fall of Nezarek's pyramid, Hive forces under the banner of Crota would begin to infest the moon, where they constructed a massive pit.
Actually,
This pit would eventually be turned into a terrifying subterranean fortress with dozens of different offshoots, catacombs, and ritual chambers. We would
sounds
know
good.
it then as the
I'll see you
Hellmouth.
tomorrow.
From here, Crota
Yep.
would create
See you,
the
man.
infrastructure necessary to stage a long-scale Hive
Alright,
invasion
I gotta
of
feed
Earth.
the cat. I will be right
When
back.
the time was right, from this fortress and its attached facilities, Hive cedar vessels would be launched in the direction of Earth, and thousands upon thousands of Crota's brood would invade. The Hellmouth's construction had been built in a downwards fashion for another reason, though. Crota's forces were intent on reaching the Pyramid of Nezarek, but much as they tried to gain access, they were always denied by the pyramid itself, and so they collected in its shadow, like a roiling colony of ants, with dreams of stellar conquest and dark gods. Crota's father was not far behind, as many of Oryx's servants are often found in proximity of those worlds blessed by the light. As he had done many times before, he quietly established his presences throughout the system, seeding worlds with his forward armies, advance broods on Earth, the Jovians, the asteroid belt, and beyond. They would prepare for the day when Crota's army was ready, and would bring forth great tribute in the king's name. Whilst some intruders were subtle, others were utterly blunt. None more so than the Cabal. Multitudes of scout legions sent by Dominus Gaul arrived in Sol, including the Sand Eaters, Dust Giants, Siege Dancers, Blind Legion, and Skyburners. Together, they would collectively lay claim to Mars and spread their forces across its surface to rapidly establish a series of heavily entrenched bases and battle lines. Their control over the moon of Phobos was so complete that they were able to establish an entire fleet base there, Fleet Base Kouros, a staging ground for the Skyburners and their vessels, and a defensive hub that would coordinate the operations of the Cabal throughout the system. There were indications that even these initial scout legions were capable of some terrifying levels of destruction on a planetary scale. With that in mind, one of their most powerful assets was probably a trio of Scion Flayers that had evolved into their greater forms. This trio, known as the Ice Reapers, was responsible for intelligence gathering and the retrieval of advanced technology, but their psionic powers were also put to display in a most prominent fashion. The Flayers began to pull Mars's moon of Phobos into an unnaturally low orbit to the point where you could prominently see it in the Martian sky. Supposedly, this was to be used as a weapon of last resort that could be deorbited from Mars, thus destroying the entire planet if the campaign was going badly. Such force feels excessive, but it is characteristically the Cabal way, and their powerful munitions and strong logistics operation would allow them to contend with the awakening of the oldest beings within Sol. Deep within the cores of many of our planets and moons, lakes of radiolarian fluid began to flow with a renewed purpose. All across the system, from Venus to Mercury to Mars, the Vex began to awaken. The Ishtar Collective had previously discovered them on Venus in the Ishtar Sink, and had determined that their ruins had been there for billions of years. Now those ruins began to spring to life, and Vex frames began to emerge from those ruins to accomplish the inscrutable goals of the Vex. Whilst many worlds were blighted by the Vex, some, such as Mercury, were completely overrun. Mercury's core was consumed and completely hollowed out to create a giant Vex simulation engine known as the Infinite Forest. The once lush paradise and breadbasket of the system that Mercury had been was transformed into a blasted wasteland pocked with the stony spires and metallic plating of Vex installations. And then, at the heart of it all, there was humanity. Broken, fractured, surrounded and desperate. The collapse had been a body blow to us as a species, but we now faced the grueling task of surviving the hostile system that had once been our dominion. Whilst the whole of humanity was threatened, there was one group who found themselves in an utterly unique situation. On the edges of the system, the Exodus having been damaged by an attack on a vessel decided to use to the that they would eventually use called the sidereal, and that would allow them to create new Cloud Striders. But given the nature of the experimental technology being used, only 2 Cloud Striders would be created at a time. One of the later Cloud Striders, by the call sign of Stargazer, would head out on a mission to Earth in order to make contact with any remnants of humanity that they could find. They had hoped to find segments of human civilization that they could establish diplomatic communications with, perhaps even uplifting them to enjoy the lives of what they discovered Earth wasn't their key. These people were not as fortunate as Neptunes, and many of them were keen to live from what they had made. But still, those that had been blessed with the Dragon's light, in those early Dark Age days, were able to stop a wayfarer on the coast and consider it. In times of impending they could rule brave, their ability to defy death, and with the paracausal abilities that they had been gifted with their light. Some of them were rose to become regional leaders. These were some of the first warlords, light bearers who used their powers to impose their will over others, to dominate the world as they saw fit. The Cloud Strider known as Stargazer would encounter a warlord itself. The Shovel retreated with their team inside a thermite bunker. Before destroying the bunker to prevent its powerful weapons from getting into the hands of the aggressors, Stargazer petitioned Congress on uncivil submines Malahiati to delete all references across the rim to the as the Exodus underground was waiting for the presence of known and truly secure Lucas blissfully unaware of its existence for hundreds of years. When Stargazer returned to the world, they were ready to inform Lucas of their plans. They believed the world was merely a lawless frontier, tyrants, warlords, and those trying desperately to survive. For the longest time, they would have been right to believe such a thing. In the earliest days of the Dark Age, war ravaged the entire system, and it was truly safe. The Neomuni were not the only ones doing this. Moreover, were keenly aware that the system was treacherous. It was for this reason that Mara Sov sent out her brother, Aldrin, to seek the source of power that was unique in this system, thus granting her an asymmetric advantage. With this system, it returned with a mysterious paracausal creature, a wish dragon. Also known as an Ankara, these beasts are shapeshifters who appear completely altered in their form. The Ahamkara were also armed with a terrible power, wish magic. Paracausal ability that allowed them to read the desires of their prey and then grant their wishes, whilst also possessing its fate to do so. Unfortunately, in the testing of such wishes, Master Adrenalin thus petitioning a wish dragon for its desire was a perilous process requiring great discipline. The creature that Aldrin had discovered and presented to Mara linked itself with its new hosts, honoring the twice revealed Walker. It was not alone. Wish dragons populated the system in almost every planet, and were particularly concentrated in the Venus region. And the Ahamkara. Mara declared that they would be more than survivors there. They would be a people, and thus, Mara's vision and Aldrin's magic, the Evoker would build a place worthy of their people, a city. This would not be the Evoker property, but almost holy sites, a place for them to learn, their ancestors, and meditate on the nature of the world. Symbiosis. Yet another secret enclave was constructed in Sol, but this time on Earth. There was no place for people to run to, not yet at least. In those early days, refugee caravans trailed across the world, looking for anywhere that they might find some degree of safety. Some would attempt to establish small settlements and towns, like Palamon or Coyote, and whilst these places would be home to some, they were not fated to last. Fallen raiders Rogue light bearers and the wilderness of the frontier would be the forces that eventually spelled doom to these settlements.
Actually,
Scarce indeed, but slowly from the ashes of ruin and death, a spark of hope would be kindled. One day, a group of 5 warlords set a village to the torch. Another group of light bearers made their presence known that day, and at great cost they defeated the would-be tyrants and vowed that there would be no more death. There would be no more without protectors. Humanity needed its protectors. And so it was that these first 4 light bearers present
this guy's
on
not gonna
this
sleep,
day
is
would
he?
become some of humanity's first great guardians. Radagast, Perun, Yolda, and Saladin would be counted among the very first of the Iron Lords. In time, they would bring more legendary figures into the fold. And when Felwinter was formed into the Lords, he agreed that they would be able to use his peak, though he kept the name from it, the Iron Temple was born. Earth had its first small relative safety for some, but fast, strong leaders to guide us. We should prepare for war. Each of these different ideas in time attracted more and more people.
The tail.
And before
The
it
tail.
came to establish itself, there were factions within its boundaries. And as these factions began to clash, they were eventually countered. It was in this time that the division within this fledgling refugee camp gave a perfect opportunity for the fallen to arrive and plunder the great host of human survivors. They did not know the true power of the Guardians on that day, and in the face of an external threat, the factions were able to understand their differences and repel the invaders. These factions were known as the Faction Wars, and they nearly destroyed the only Guardians to someone would have to this time. But in order to call for the elixir to return, this time, return strong. The faction wars may have been the first time that this new fledgling city was set. It would not be the last. As more and more Guardians returned, and as more and more wars were as this small refugee encampment, eventually, the most deathless sword to strike. This would be the first great conflict between the Elixni and humanity on such a scale. And for the Fallen, it was dramatically important. They had seen that the Traveler had settled on Earth. They had seen
What?
that it had died for this
Wait,
Earth.
what? You're going that way? What?
It had sheltered beneath its great bulk. And worst of all, it had granted its gift, its blessing, to the various members of that civilization and its empire. For the Fallen, this was not just a religious war. This was their moment.
castle.
The defense of the city under this barrage of fallen artillery was mostly conducted by guardians, though some rudimentary frames and some members of the civilian population would be armed. In this terrifying fight, this first battle, there would be 6 different fronts, and the many guardians that would hold those different fronts would not let even a single one break. Thus the battle was known as the Battle of the 6 Fronts, and from this moment, the city would truly emerge. It was humanity's first true victory, and many legendary guardians such as Commander Zavala, Saint 14, Lord Shaxx, and Osiris would emerge as legends on that day, having defended the city with their vicious light. It was also in this moment that many other legends were born. A speaker had come forward, one who could supposedly hear the traveler's voice, and what's more, he had begun to organize the Last City properly. There were factions within our ranks, and there were various light-bearers that needed organizing. It was clear now that the light-bearers were split across 3 disciplines: hunters, titans, and warlocks. The speaker created a vanguard, a group of 3 individuals, one representing each discipline. Titans were heavily clad in the greatest of armor and favored more brutish aspects of martial combat. Their will to charge the enemy was only tempered by their instinct to defend those in need. Hunters were nomadic and free-spirited. They often roamed alone or in small posses, acting as scouts on the wild frontiers of Earth or beyond, or bold adventurers, willing to disregard authority and their own safety for a little glimmer and glory. Warlocks quickly became known for their wisdom and sheer arcane power. Of all the different classifications of Lightbearer, their connection to the Traveler was the fiercest, and through that connection, they would unearth grand arcana and forge new techniques of light. These Lightbearers that had defended this encampment would no longer be known as Lightbearers, though. Thanks to their defense of this fledgling city, the Lightbearers had earned themselves a title. It would define them for the rest of their existence. They would be known as Guardians, and the first amongst the Vanguard were drawn from their number. Thus, Saint 14, Osiris, and Tallulah Fairwind ascended to be the first ever mentors of the Vanguard, the Titans, Warlocks, and Hunters respectively. And as for the factions, they were also looped in. Whilst they had nearly destroyed the last city during the faction wars, they still represented many important perspectives. And so, with them in mind, the speaker would take a look to see which ones were worth representing. Those that had directly instigated violence were exiled permanently. But those that had not, those that had peacefully laid down their arms, would be allowed to continue persisting. Of the many that petitioned to be represented more directly, there were 3 different groups. The Dead Orbit. Consensus Council. They would be at the heart of the consensus of the There was also joined by the Vanguard to the speaker. There was also a greater consensus council that also consisted of citizens and other factions within the city. Those such as the future war cult and the centric This would be far the greatest effort of union of humanity's lifelong defenders and those who would represent the city. The 6 fronts for which the battle was given its name were held by orders. As we know, the Pilgrim Round of Fire they called them, the Stonewall Order, and the First Orders. Regardless of which of these orders were present or not, we do know that the defense of this fledgling city on the 6 fronts by 4 orders of Titans, the reason for Titan heraldry being what it is, a hexagon of 6 sides with 4 different divided pieces to it. Therefore, Titans always remember the 6 fronts. It is one of their proudest achievements. Defend the last city without a single one of these fronts breaking. And as it began to grow, this was not an easy choice to make. Guardians had gained power from their bargains, but much had also been lost, and Ahamkara bargains were notoriously Faustian. The Ahamkara would be hunted down and made extinct. The terrible weight of this decision would be a stain upon Guardian history for all our days. Thankfully, though, we weren't truly efficient. For all the Guardians that did hunt down dragons that would return, there were rumors that some escaped the mostly dismissed this as nothing but superstition. Guardians never found the river. Or some were away in the dreaming city, and at the last, she found the source of their war. This was a very tragic dark age. What one might consider to be came to a close, the Iron Lords were making significant progress, their warlord Restus was starting to form one banner where human territory was concerned. Someone who would be able to keep tabs on human civilization before it's open to life. When was destroyed, rising again as a light error, what little of the Sweden that remained on Earth was incensed and enraged, continuously following until we were and strange attacks from the warm destination of humanity. So it was in many cases like a sun to rescue. What was recognized vermin to the moment was jealous and proud and slowly like so many jealous fathers, Rasputin would simply punish his offspring. Eventually, with much work and dedication, they fell into the discovery that there was a production site for Siva nanites in the eastern section of the world. This was what the Iron Lords had been. It represented a way to lift the people of humanity out of squalor and to return us to the Golden Age. The Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome in force at the order of their leader, first amongst equals, Lord Radagast.
The tail. He's getting up the tail.
Replicate, eliminate, immunize. The nanites were unleashed as weapons, and there was nothing that the Iron Lords could do. Over 100 Iron Lords descended into that place, which would one day be called the Plague Lands. Of those 100 or so that entered, there would be only 2 survivors that day, Lord Saladin Forge and Lady Ephrodite. Siva production was momentarily stopped. The Iron Lord Yolder had taken an explosive device deep into the Siva replication process. She had managed to detonate it just as it wanted to be consumed by the planets. In their failure, partly as a cautionary tale, partially as a heroic one. They were not alone. The last city was built on the greatest tragedy of humankind. From its own beginnings, legends would rise, and with them, there would be a chance for humanity to prosper. city, the Guardians would push out into the wilds to deal with strange and deadly forces that had plagued our worlds. A new order was a real possibility that at last lay within reach. Or so they thought back in the days of the City Age. These moments might have been separated by days, they might have been separated by centuries, but regardless, we know from the legends that stand before us even to this day that they did happen. There are small hints as to the chronology of things, but still, there are moments where things might be inaccurate. So, with that in mind, the events are chronicled in this order, as I believe they are indeed the correct order.
1 sec.
There must have been first a time of peace, where Guardians were allowed to reflect on their greatness, and when the city was assured of the supremacy of its defenders. It is perhaps the only thing that makes sense, because of the hubris of what happened next. The city was keen to expand its territory further. It started with small expeditions to the outer worlds of the system, and to the inner core. In particular, of note,
Poison,
had been tasked with
friendship,
leading such
drain
group of
expert.
survivors
That
to
sounds
try and
cool.
recolonize Mercury before realizing
Throttle
that it was
medicine.
overrun by the House of Rain.
Pulchul.
Whilst these initial failures
Dope.
had slowed them down, the lost city was still looking to reclaim humanity's lost wonders, and they set their sights in the same place that pre-Golden Age humans had long ago. They looked to the moon, our one true celestial neighbor within striking distance. The initial reports suggested that Luna was Hive territory, with something of a ragtag fallen presence there too. The consensus was committed to securing a foothold on the moon and retaking it for humanity, and even as they suddenly realized that it was also home to the Hive, they did not believe they could be stopped. But in the meeting where the forces were being committed to war, and where the consensus was ready to vote on an invasion of the moon, they were interrupted by a Guardian called Lord Shax, a former warlord of great renown and power. Shax was one of the most tested battlefield commanders in the city, and he knew in his gut that the assault on the moon was a terrible idea. He had seen what the Hive could do. He remembered a key victory that the city had fought against them, a conflict that they had barely won. It was known as the Battle of the Burning Lake, and there Shax had witnessed firsthand the power of the Hive's blades, and understood that in them there was a potential answer to the light of Guardians. They were not like any other force in Sol. They could summon the true powers of darkness to their side. But despite his pleas, Lord Shax was ignored, and the Guardians of the Lost City began to assemble into the greatest army of Guardians that had ever been
so
seen.
we're gonna let this go on.
Would assemble under the banner of the Cormorant, led by the Praxic
I gotta go to sleep. When I wake up,
with the intent of
Destiny time.
humanity's stellar birthright.
If it's still
Using
around.
weapons of war
If it's not,
such as
then
the Thunderlord
who knows?
and its sisters Abaddon and the Nova Mortis were created in preparation for the
But yeah,
assault.
see
It
you in
was
a bit.
meant to be the great liberation of Luna, but it would be known instead as the Great Disaster. Upon their arrival, the forces of Guardians would spread out to capture their objectives, and would encounter fierce resistance from the bands of Fallen that they came across. But when they hit the depths of Luna, then things would change. The hit and fade tactics of the Fallen would be troublesome.
We're all waiting.
Ritual just in time, but this made us once again pay attention to the hive of Savathun's brood.
How long has it been muted for? I thought this was going on for a while. How did it mute?
They could not be trusted to conduct themselves without engaging in plans that could sow disaster for us. Even as the doom of the world approached, they were making their own schemes, and such things could uproot what remained of the structure of the universe to their advantage. Struck deep like and mind.
Yeah, it's just seasons. Anyways, we make the wish and end up going into the portal. It's fine. It's all. Tiny. Morning.
Hi there.
Or afternoon, I guess, for you. You think it's just going to drop us immediately in? Is that why you're in?
I mean, I'm at a one moment, please screen.
You're quiet. Coming in a little quiet, at least. I don't know if that's on purpose.
Hello?
Oh my god. Hello?
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 Wow.
Wow.
I have you at 197%.
I have you at 120? No. I don't know. You're just coming in a little quiet, that's all.
Ground controls and rage.
You think it's just gonna drop us like straight in from that waiting screen? Think that's a waiting screen? For the server offline message?
I keep getting a pop every once in a while saying that the server's unavailable.
I got a very long signing in screen. Is it just gonna let me in? Oh god, if it lets me in, that'd be pretty cool. Is it taking longer than usual? You should just be telling me that I'm not in. I can't get in. Don't give me this hope. Okay, it says not available. Never mind. But that's good. That means it's almost in. Almost.
Hello.
But
Trying to figure out my voice thing.
oh yeah. You're fine now. It's just that you were just like coming in quiet just for a second there.
Okay.
Unless you're like speaking away from the mic, I don't know.
It's right up in my face. Today's gonna be a good day.
I have to get my crown, so I'm not gonna be able to
Pizza's
play
on
this
the
game.
way.
Oh, what?
Pizza's on the way.
Would increase traffic. Start logging services. Destiny 2 are currently being throttled.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
they're
the
letting
screen that
people
I'm
in.
on.
Oh, they're letting people in. It's supposed to be, what, in 10 minutes, right? Not 15 minutes ago? Oh, never mind.
It's at 10 a.m. for you guys, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then noon for me.
Well, I had a stream going this whole time. Just playing the 10-hour by video.
I finished it last night.
Yeah? Nice.
I was at work alone yesterday, and it was slow but steady for the most part, but I had like one earbud in, and just throughout the whole day I was listening to it, and I finished it at like 3 a.m. last night.
Nice. Should just asked if they could allow you to play it on one of the TVs while you guys are closing out and stuff.
That'd be nice.
Like, this ain't sports. Yeah? What are you gonna drink?
It's a sport in its own.
This ain't sport. Son, this ain't sport. What you trying to who you trying to who do you? Huh? Who?
Hooda.
Oh, morning.
Man.
I can't say they're letting people in, Chris, but it looks like people are getting in.
Well, we're about to find out. I've got all the necessary equipment. I have caffeine. I have smoke nut.
You know, caffeine
That's
doesn't sound like a bad idea right now.
That's all I brought. With me.
God, Tiny, what's happening to your stream?
I don't know what is happening.
I don't know. Well, what's happening,
Oh,
bro?
no.
It's a different kind of happening now.
Oh, he's playing a PlayStation 2 game, so.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
fine.
hands up.
Okay, I thought he was also
It's
like
just old.
Most wanted, oh boy.
It's my need for speed. Balls.
Just don't have the need for speed. Doesn't this is a stupid question. Doesn't Final Shoot come out today?
That's correct. We are all currently sitting
In a
in
queue.
a one-moment view screen.
Yeah.
Thought so.
I've had my stream going since last night. It's just
Oh shit. Just a lock in.
Going over a 10-hour fucking the complete history of Destiny 2 video.
While
turns
you're
out,
sitting in the queue.
yeah, it turns out
I was just
VLC
telling
though
Pat
muted my audio.
I finished that video at 3 a.m. last night.
Oh my god. Last time I tried to watch a Bife video, I fucking passed out.
That's
He
the
has
one.
like the
I think it was
He
the.
has the most completest video ever made.
I tried to watch the history of the Hive, and it was like a 4-hour video or something.
Mm-hmm.
Insane
well,
like that.
well,
What
good
you're talking
news.
about. That's a good
All of
video.
that's in this video too. Pretty much.
Oh, it was
Not all
great.
of it.
Don't get me wrong. I just usually when I watch them, it's when I get home, and I'm like already fucking zonked out by that point.
You know, coffee doesn't sound like a bad idea. I think I can swing that in 7 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll be picking the game up this weekend though, so don't worry.
Nice. You off today? Or you just kind of chilling?
I just hopped in. I'm still on lunch for like another 7
nice.
minutes, so I just wanted to see what was up.
Not yet, just a waiting room.
Will do. But yeah, I'll probably be on Destiny's gonna be obviously my break game from the others, so I'll be on there pretty much for several weekends.
Nice.
And then obviously the weekend of Juneteenth, I'm off that Friday, so I'll be on there too.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking federal holiday now.
So fucking weird. It's not even on the Friday. I think it's like Wednesday, but they're like, no, I'll just give you Friday. Fuck it, why not? Alright, listen, don't threaten me with a good time.
Right.
God, this game is gonna be batshit crazy.
Hope so.
What kind of, what's like just off the top of your head, what kind of subclass combinations you thinking of trying?
I don't know. I haven't put too much fucking thonk into it yet. I have to get my hands on it. You know what I mean? I have to be able to test a little bit. I can theory craft all I want, but until I figure out what's feeling proper.
Right. What's actually a good combination? What synergizes?
Seems like there's gonna be a lot of play with like fucking strand stasis combo. There's gonna be a lot of play between void solar combo.
I wanted to see something with like void stasis, like with that whole so something with like devour.
Well, as of right now, the artifact that we're getting in the beginning, and so they're doing things differently. They're not doing the seasonal thing. They're doing episodes. Episodes are longer than the seasons. So as the episode progresses, we get more artifact perks, and it'll unlock more things about the artifact. So right now, it's leaning really heavily into Void, Arc, and Solar because they're giving us 3 new light subclasses. So, I'm assuming that will branch out and get a little bit more in depth as things progress.
I see. That's even more fuel for the prismatic subclass then.
Mm-hmm. That car got ahead of you for 1.5 seconds, and you're like, "Nope, I lost."
If I'm going to win, I want it to be a complete victory.
Yeah.
No blemishes.
I forgot that I even set an alarm this morning, and I about smashed my phone against the wall. I'm like, there will be no alarms for the next week. I'm on PTO. And I'm like,
I don't need you.
This is important alarm. Yeah.
I would fucking
Today was the first time my body woke up to my first alarm without fighting at all.
I woke up.
Oh, you haven't reached that level of stress where you don't even need alarms to wake up. Your body's just in natural panic all the time. Beautiful.
I tend to wake up like right before my alarm goes off.
I haven't had to set an alarm in 3 years, except for today because I went to bed at like 3.
You're offline.
I'm just such a deep sleeper. Up server, I'm offline.
No, not time yet.
No.
3 minutes until they turn her on, and then you better let me in this fucking video game.
It literally starts when I go back on my shift. That's funny. Of course. Great. Our ticketing system's having problems today. Wonderful.
T-2.
Oh my god. Oh.
Destiny servers better become available real quick.
Alright. I think it's time to head back. Enjoy Destiny.
See you, man.
I'll see you guys on the weekend.
You weirdo. I'm back.
Alright, I think it's just me then in Discord. See you guys later if you can hear me.
Peace. Wait, why do you have to leave?
Oh, he's at work.
Uh-oh. I see.
It was
Fair enough.
lunchtime. He popped in here to see what was going on.
I'm so mad that the VLC audio just muted itself for no good reason.
Oh, when did that happen?
I don't know.
Aw.
Like I come back in and it's just like it's still playing and stuff, but there's no audio coming from it. And I paused and started it, and it just like the audio came back up. I'm like, what the hell? It's nice. 1 minute.
Yep.
Come on. I just
From Singular.
from Sing.
Dude,
I
this
remember
fucking
Singular.
video- Yeah, this fucking most wanted PS2 game Tiny's playing just had a text message pop up and it said from Singular.
God, that was my provider.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fun fact: this number that my mobile number is the one we got from Singular. That's been my number this whole time. That's. Oh, it makes me feel old. Of all the things. That.
You haven't become cool enough to unlock those parts yet, Tiny Man.
Yeah, man, where's your...
No, I'm such a loser.
Bruh, where's your street cat cred, bruh?
You gotta go dick down Izzy, and she'll give you the new parts.
Dick down Izzy and have her give you the pink slip.
Come here, baby. I'm gonna give you the pink.
Silly cartoon right now.
Good thing, God damn it. LeBron!
Come on,
101!
Yeah, this is ready. I'm missing. Come on, Bungie.
Yeah, this is 1 minute after the time that I paid for.
Yeah,
Okay?
this game's already losing
Actually,
value.
no, this is 6 months after the time that I paid for it, so we're way overdue.
Way overdue. You know, this makes me wonder if prismatic was always going to be a thing, but they just really wanted to keep it under wraps, but then, like, shit went down, where everything with Bungie went down. And they're like, I guess we'll just reveal our cards now. You're always gonna get a new subclass.
Mark my words, Prismatic is a beta test of subclass variants of Destiny 3.
Yeah. I hope it just eventually means that we do get like a merging of the subclasses, and that'll just allow us to have like make room for like different subclasses, or I don't know, you swap out for different characters maybe. Yeah.
I think if I were to do it, there would be different playable races. Those different playable races would have access to different subclasses.
Yeah. Have the humans just be like the special people, but then like have like all the other ones just be like, oh, well, they have like the like subclasses.
They can access the Gilbert Grape subclass that this race cannot.
Yeah, give the captains like a shield, or
be able to play as an Elixni, but you're a techromancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're splicers, you have to play into that.
Yeah, but they made everyone splicers, and then they made everyone Queen's Guard for the Ascendant. We became everything.
That's why Destiny 2 needs to go.
Yeah. Just give us Destiny 3 and have me be like the hive fucker that's just like can go invisible but as solar.
I want that for a title, hive fucker.
Ah yes. FWC Fusion. The fucker. The hive fucker. FWC the hive fucker fusion.
Have you thought about? I know you're thinking about changing your Your gamer tag still? Have you come up with anything?
No, I've given up. It's too much work.
Too much work?
Yeah.
That's a whole other identity and brand you're just gonna have to go through with.
Yeah. It's like changing all the user accounts and no.
It's like if you, Tiny, were going to go from Tiny Mad Big Voice to Griswold 64.
Griswold 69.
He's not cool enough for 69, and that's the joke.
He's got to be Griswold 64.
Griswold 64. He couldn't afford 69. Poor guy.
I just checked on Astacross. He ain't in yet either. So if the streamers aren't in, the servers aren't on.
Well, that's when I want to beat the servers. That's when I would beat Astacross.
Yeah, I know. I want some of that fucking streamer loot finally.
He gets to have, like... Never mind, I don't know. I was gonna go with that. I still have morning brain. I just woke up not too long ago.
Me too.
My alarm actually didn't go off. I meant to wake up at 9, not 9:30.
Yeah, the coffin door. I was like, "Gree!" this morning. I went and had a shower. Didn't feel any better. Now it's caffeine pounding time.
You know, while I'm waiting for Destiny 2, there is
The Juneberry Red Bull is actually pretty good if you ever try one. It's got a good flavor to it.
Oh yeah. Arriving today by 10 p.m. That's always...
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I was like 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. right now.
Let's see. Huh. It's not out for delivery yet, but should be. I ordered some keyboard foam, some 2mm keyboard foam. I'm gonna see if I can put it in this chassis of my keyboards, or in one of my keyboards, just to see how it feels.
That's why I was happy with this keyboard. It came pre-lubed and like base plate foam, so it saved me a couple steps.
Nice. Yeah, my only experiences with the number pad I bought for Lisa and I, and that really felt nice. So I'm a believer of some sort of foam.
It even makes the sound a little bit more comfy.
Yeah.
It gives it a nice fucking, like, it was, you know, mine's not a clacky, it's a thonky keyboard, but it's definitely...
Now clack thonks.
No, not thonk.
That's
but
the
it's got nice hollow, nice deep thonk.
Big honk.
It came stabilized too for all the long bar keys.
Ah, nice.
For $100.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Astacross, I will beat you.
Full aluminum backplate. Yep. Let me in this goddamn game.
Wait, the phone was right over here. Oh, whatever. I was looking for my phone as my alarm clock, and oh shit! Nothing happened.
Huh? Oh, I was like, huh?
How's the air quality?
Where's the new silver bundle? Let me see the emote. Where?
Servers are not available.
No shit. Turn it the fuck on. I did not drag my ass out of my comfortable bed.
But
Because I will go right back to it.
alright. They're like, oh, sorry, emergency maintenance. Nothing's going to be available until, hey, raid day. Huh? Huh? That would be the panic mode. That one sec, though.
Yes!
Dear Bunjo.net.
Wow.
But
So the PC adapter is coming out this summer for the PSVR 2 headset.
cool.
Except it won't support the use of HDR, headset feedback, eye tracking, adaptive triggers, haptic feedback, or all the best things of the PSVR 2 headset. Wow.
Sony could have had like the chance to just be the better
Wow.
headset of the VR market.
Unbelievable, man.
I mean, technically they
Of course,
still could.
I was like, Sony, you almost had my fucking money, you stupid fucks. I would have bought the adapter, the headset, the whole 9 yards. It's the best one you could fucking get. Nope.
Dude, like HDR on a headset
Yeah.
and eye tracking.
But they're like, no, no, no. We're gonna lock all the cool stuff behind you having to buy a fucking PlayStation 5. Well, guess what? Now I'm not buying either. Good job, you fucking assholes.
Is that like now? Like it can't support it now, or is it like in development?
From what I understand, it's not going to at all. It's just going to be a VR headset. All those features are going to be locked behind the PlayStation. I don't understand how people can run a company like that that's expected to be a video game company. No, I get it. They're a console company. But, like, as a business, even a simple business-minded person, there's no way you leave that kind of money on the table.
Yeah, I don't know. That kind of sucks.
Oh well. I'll just have to wait for the next best one.
I really hope that they're just gonna like push like a firmware update down the line for that. Just to wait, it's all just going through USB.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yep, that's.
I think I see
fine.
why then.
Yep. Because they cheaped out on the adapter. Now all it's going to take is somebody to buy that, crack that open, take whatever's passover they're using to convert the signal and make a third-party one that works correctly.
Yeah. Well, let's hope Sony realizes that they're doing a stupid, like a really big stupid, again.
Like, dude, as soon as that thing would have came out, and if it would have worked correctly, I would have bought it and the headset immediately.
Pizza acquired.
Pizza.
Pizza for breakfast,
P-I-Z-Z-A.
you deviant.
It's Destiny Day. Shut up.
Is it breakfast pizza?
No.
Well, I mean, I guess essentially it's breakfast pizza. You're eating it for breakfast.
Dude. Just fry an egg and put that shit on a slice of pizza. That's breakfast pizza.
There was this little mom and pop place that used to do a breakfast pizza. Like, they take like biscuit and layer it out for the pizza crust, and then they do sausage gravy, and then egg, and then cheese and then some home style potatoes on it and throw it in the oven.
Yum.
Brother.
There is a Greek like dish that I kind of consider to be kind of like a breakfast pizza adjacent thing. I just don't remember what it's called, but it's basically like a bread bowl type of thing, like a bread pizza type of thing, like twisted at the end, but it's like flat, and it has like cheese and like I think you can throw like yogurt in there. I think it's like cheese and like Greek yogurt, and then like eggs.
Yeah, I think I've seen what you're talking about.
And then you can just like you mix that shit up in there, and it's like super rich. I only had it once. It's good. I can find out what the fuck it's called.
It still amazes me that the emotion engine out of the PS2, after essentially being one of the most complicated things that had come out at the time, was able to just consistently hit 60 frames a second on almost every game that came out for the PlayStation 2. In like 1999. And now games these days are having a hard time keeping 30 frames a second. What the fuck have we done?
Part of it's specialized hardware and forcing your developers to work with it. Which also does mean you don't have the overhead like you normally have with engines like such as like Unreal and things like that.
True.
So there was part of it was you could get a little more intimate with the stuff, and then like since you would know its quirks, you could just hopefully have your game run better that way. It did bite him in the ass though.
Oh yeah, that whole first year that the PlayStation 2 was out, all the developers were having to learn how to make video games on it. So that first year, the PS2, they didn't have shit for fucking games. It was a wasteland. Then all of a sudden, shit like fucking GTA 3 comes out with no loading screens at all. Ever. And all of a sudden people started figuring out the subsystems that were connected to the emotion engine chip. And I watched a Modern Vintage Gamer video of it a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say, were you referencing that video? Because
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So, that was a great one. I found it. It's called Khachapuri. Doesn't have yogurt.
Doesn't it have a bunch of little pockets of like sunny side up egg?
Kind of. No. This does have the eggs in there. The one the one you could be talking about, because there is one with like pockets of egg in it, but it's in like a red type of sauce. Yeah. That one is shakshuka. Never had that, but I heard it. Wait, no, I have. Wait, have I? I may have had it. I don't remember right now. But yeah, that also has like eggs, and it's in like a very like red spicy sauce. Yeah. This one is this one. This one has mozzarella, feta, garlic, olive oil, egg, and butter in it. Okay, so it's Georgian. Not the state. The country. Georgia's national dish. Yeah. Basically it's almost a calzone, almost a pizza type thing. And it's just topped with butter and a cracked egg. And you can just like the ends you can just like rip off, like just like the crust, and just like dip it into the egg. Man, I'm hungry now. Why did I look at that? Cookie tiny. I blame you.
You heard him.
My strife belongs to you. Ah! Just he's fucking asphalt gooning right now. I can't stop him. He's
Asphalt edging.
Yeah. His gooning belongs to the streets. Please let me in. Please. I need something before I go to the dentist.
some happiness.
At this point, oh man, I'm gonna be pissed if it's just gonna be this happens for like 2 more hours. Then I get in, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's already 12. I haven't gotten ready for the dentist yet. I'm already in shambles.
Looks like we're not going. All right, cool.
Fuck that shit. I have to pay $50 if I do that.
Worth it.
No, it's not.
I'll show that dentist. I'll not show up and then give him $50. That'll show. Sure showed me. You want to do it again next?
Damn, man. You know what they say. You won't be fooled again. Ooh. Cool.
I don't know why they'd even bother being like, yep, servers will be on at 10. No.
I know, right?
The servers are going to be on whenever you get around to it. Like, everybody's been waiting on this game. And waiting.
And waiting.
Waiting.
Has Astacroc... Has he... Oh my god. As our favorite Asian Southern American man...
Negative.
Oh, okay.
He's also sitting here spamming the let me in button.
Our favorite Asian country boy.
Well. Yeah. Axe body spray. You can date this game just by that.
Axe body spray. At this point, timeless. Because it's still around.
I used to keep a fucking can of it in the glove box. Get real hot in Florida, dude. You get out of the car even with the air conditioner going on and go, man, I sweat through another shirt. Fuck.
Damn. Yeah, I can see where that can come in clutch. Yeah, I'll be right back. I imagine, it's gonna take, what, I'm blocking the queue, because my queue is blocked right now. So I'm gonna take care of my queue, and hopefully that'll let this queue, also,
let it flow.
Sure. That's exactly the word thing. I'm not going to sleep. No. No, I had duplicated my scenes. I'm not going to sleep. There we go. Alright. Alright, one more chance. Alright, one more. Alright, one more.
Well, this is a wash. I'm canceling my PTO. just took out 3 generations worth of trailer, dude. They were still 97 payments left on this. Would have never expected you to be a racing game player, Tiny Man.
This is the only one.
Why this one? What's special about it?
I don't know. Need for Speed Most Wanted was the one I grew up with, and like my brother would help me like whenever I couldn't get through a section. I remember that, but like I always thought that like it was like boss fights every time you would fight somebody on the blacklist and try and get their pink slip for their car, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like the environmental destruction to get away from police chases was pretty cool, and like every once in a while it would ramp up because your bounty would get higher, so they'd start sending like cops that are driving Ferraris after you and shit. Pretty cool.
The remake of this game was pretty good. Came out a few years ago. But yeah, man, I played the shit out of this game when it came out. Look at that accurate tree physic. It was just leaning back and forth. This is pinnacle gaming perfection. I'll be right back. Ain't playing no fucking video game.
Ooh.
point.
Drag's all about hitting the perfect shift. When the shift arrow turns green, that's the sweet spot. You're gonna reach high speeds in drag races, so don't try and steer the car. Just tap in the direction you want to go, and your car will automatically change lanes. Time your nitrous burst well to get the jump on the other race.
That's funny. That's so funny. That's beyond funny. I'm in. Are you guys in? I guess. Ooh, what do I do this on?
Huh?
Titan's always gonna be the one that needs the armor first.
Oh, you got in?
I got in. Told you I needed to clear my queue. Clear my queue. I get into
Long ago,
queue.
The Traveler came to the Sol system. It brought a golden age to humanity. They explored, they built, they thrived. Until the collapse.
Thanks, guys.
A terrible calamity caused by the Traveler's oldest enemy.
Did I beat it? Did I beat him?
Brought the people of Sol to the brink of extinction. When
Yes!
all hope seemed lost,
Take that, streamer!
The Traveler saved humanity by
I win!
creating us.
The underdog wins today!
With the Traveler's light, Ghosts and Guardians together protected the last city from the forces of darkness. No matter the cost. But we soon learned even that was more complicated than we thought. Our enemies wielded the light, shaking our faith in what we once thought we knew. From old conflicts,
Same
through
town,
new
but
alliances.
my server is unavailable. I must
And
be
just
connected.
as our enemies learned to wield the light, we found a way to leverage the darkness.
It seems you are connected to Dick.
In that darkness,
Bungie.dig.
we rediscovered the being responsible for humanity's collapse.
Oh my
The
god.
witness.
It only took them 30 minutes. To be
Wishes
fair,
to
it
create
probably
what it
I was
calls
already in probably by the time I
the
left.
final
That last
shape.
time I said to do one more time. For a third
Our
time.
universe, perfected in the name of salvation. Everything calcified into eternity. We've tried to follow the witness into the Traveler, and every attempt has failed.
Poor Chucks.
Until now. Vanguard Scout Crow wished his way
Weird.
inside.
You would could have partnered
The
with somebody
paracausal
that's
bond he
good
shares
at,
with his twin sister will guide us safely through.
server maintenance and server rollout like Microsoft. But, you know,
Now,
partner with
our
Sony
leaders
that we
prepare a
fucking
strike
game
force to
early,
enter the
then,
Traveler, to confront the
does
witness.
nothing else for you.
That's our role. The tip of the spear. Every battle we've fought has brought us to here and now.
They gave us the foot.
It's time.
It's time. Alright, this is all already spoilers for people who can't get ready to connect.
Yeah, I have your stream up, but I'm not watching.
Oh my god, we killed a witness.
Cool.
What?
I mean, that's fucking the quality of the last fucking DLC we got. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
We shafted the witness, we gave him the old Gallahorn. The Gallywhacker. 6 times over. Oh god, one had lasting impression. That's what we need. We need a craftable Gallahorn. With bipod. You know... Wait, what's happening? Why do you have me played through the first... What are we doing here? This ain't New Light.
You don't know how long I've been looking for you.
What?
Now the game's just lying. Look, the servers are unavailable. I'm like, no.
The game doesn't exist. We turned off the servers right now. To be fair, I'm just playing multiple trailers at this point. Guitar.
You get in yet, Tiny Man?
Take one.
Repeatedly getting messages that I couldn't connect and that I should try again.
Yeah.
You live without purpose.
Oh. That's fucked. Oh no. Okay.
To your futile exertions. A final shape is coming. Chaos untangled. Made knowable. With immaculate intent. Let us know you and be reborn into perfection. You're still resisting.
What the? Oh, that was weird.
The witness nears the final shape.
We're initiating Operation Ahamkara. Now.
The Traveler cannot abate it much longer. The portal is unstable.
Ikora, the Guardian, me. I won't lose another soldier in this war.
I feel the grasp of the witness. It's fighting me. This might be the end.
If it is, it was an honor to serve the last city with you.
Did I go in with them? Is that where I went? Something's loading. Ooh, I can feel it. Ooh. Ah. Let me open up. Nope. Oh, of course you're down for minutes. You're gonna be legendary. We have to be legendary. Taking combatants generate blight geysers when defeated. There. Okay, cool. Wait, nope. I can get into my vault right now. No, but the stuff's on the other character. Whatever. Let's just launch. Launch with my goofy ass ship. Okay. Gee, I hope I didn't have to like download a graphics driver update for Game Ready Driver shit. No, not my ship. That's funny. Oh. Nope, this was not a dungeon. I can tell you one thing, I don't see a dungeon yet. The fuck?
We have no signal on either Vanguard leader. The Guardian's comm line is open but non-responsive. The Traveler contains many more multitudes than you or I could ever comprehend. You are yet in the threshold. Whatever lies between you and the Traveler's pale heart is a side effect of the Witness's paracausal mutilations. I can feel its power stretching through the portal. I will try to buy us time. Go!
That's freaky.
Taken. The Witness must be using them to search for us. Ah, the darkness unraveled and it's projecting something. An overlay of possibilities.
Why did the Taken look like that?
We have Taken incoming, but I'm picking up something strange with them. A concentrated source of light.
Maybe tomorrow I can let you know.
You'll get in 5 years. It's fine.
My server is still offline.
Really? One sec. Oh, it's just Abu. Never mind. Okay. Maybe I should play this a little more safe. Jesus. I did not prepare myself for my loadout. I know. Yeah, that's right. I didn't.
Aha! We're imbued with extra light now. Let's try activating that concentration of darkness again. It worked. The light made the imagined structures solid, made them real.
Are you fucking kidding?
What?
So if I get like too far ahead of the NPC racer who's the boss in this game,
Rubber bands you.
No, the game basically picks up their car, sets it back on the track, and pushes it to 200 miles an hour so they can catch up with me. And usually, if that's too close to the end of the race, the car will just fucking fly past me right at the last minute.
Yeah, rubber banding at its best.
Should I like restart Destiny and try again from there, or do I just keep letting it?
I don't know. I did. Like usually there's like it tells you you're in a queue or something, but
Scans are inconclusive.
now it's just saying the
I'm
servers
getting
are offline, and
conflicting
it's
readings
obviously
on
not the
age
case
and
because
material
people are playing
composition.
the fucking game.
Well, it
So
says for me, like, due to increased traffic, login services of Destiny 2 are currently being throttled. Please. And then
you're further along than I am because I'm still getting that the servers are on.
Guardian,
I reset it.
I'm not sure what that creature is. It reads like a scion, but its genetics are scrambled, changed.
Agents of the Black Fleet. Nezarek, Rolk, even Callus. They were just the beginning.
Every fucking time, every single fucking DLC that comes out, they can't get the launch rate. I don't. 10 fucking years. A decade of the same fucking problem.
The Steam cover thing for Destiny 2.
Oh, yeah, you get that right, Joe.
Abo. Fine. I'll feed you. And give me up at a moment. I think I'm in a good spot. One sec. Is.
Destiny 2 servers are not available.
Okay, I'm back.
And the game crashed.
What?
I mean, it was not like it was important. It wasn't doing anything. Sitting on the fucking screen, they were telling me that the servers were unbuilt. That's like...
Is there anything up here? Don't like this. Where's the other one? It's gonna be in a very obvious spot, isn't it? It wasn't a very obvious spot.
You have to keep moving. I have not been able to reach the Vanguard. Even my bond with my brother is faint.
We'll find the others.
That's close.
We have to.
Actually, no, I want it to be on Flesh and Storm. No? Never mind. What? Where are you?
Guardian, I don't think we can win this fight.
That was interesting.
The witness is pushing back against me, trying to exert its will over everything. I will hold the portal open as long as I can. The fate of all things rests on you. Guardian, hurry.
Vaccine bolts. Oh, that's dumb. Mean. Hey, no fair. Why do y'all get shields?
Dopamine flooding the brain. I'm finally getting to play this, getting all tingly. Reward. So it's such a rare thing.
When you find
How
my
long
brother,
I've been
tell him
looking
the
for
Allied
you.
Coalition will protect the city in the Vanguard's stead. Tell him that we will join you as soon as we are able. Tell him that I...
No.
He knows.
God, these fucking... These new cutscenes look so much better than the ones we've had before.
I'm sorry. What did I just get? What was this blue that I just got? A natty narker.
Oh yeah, blues are gonna drop again. Weird. Yeah.
Y'all want a new gear, right? Right? Yeah. I want different times. What can I put on here though? Backup mag. Hell yeah.
You cling so desperately to your pain and your failures. You have lost. Let go.
It sees us! It sees us! I cannot
Oh.
hold this any longer! Guardian, go! Go.
Watch, Hawthorne's actually just going to be like the speaker. The wit.
Nah, Hawthorne talks to Lewis, Lewis talks to the fucking Traveler, bam.
They're all the same.
Yeah. It's all connected.
It's all connected.
Whoa. That was pretty fucking.
Yeah. Ooh.
Keep David does such a good job, man. Dude, I'm sure he'll land wherever he is. I'm happy.
Wait, what? The astronauts had... What? Oh, that's weird. Huh. Well, that was interesting. There's a lot of interestings here.
Are we alive? Is this... This is...
How am I?
Guardian. That vision. I think we're inside the Traveler.
Well, become legend. Recommended for high experience players. Yes.
Dead thing. Made by dead power.
Now the question is Dim working? 'Cause
Nope.
Most of my good fucking. No.
I already checked. I needed my fucking big one's weapon.
No. Grab the Swift character to Hunter. I need all my good guns are on my Hunter. This is not gonna work. No! No! Not my Master Ron ship! No!
Oh yeah.
No!
Hey, this is a nice effect.
Motherfucker. You get in, Tiny Man?
No.
Damn.
Still at a servers are not available.
I ended up closing Steam, going in Task Manager, ending the task of Steam to close it completely, restarting Steam, and then restarting Destiny. Then it would let me in shortly after. I don't know if it had any correlation, but maybe try.
We've crossed the threshold. This is it. We're really here. Mara? I can't pick up anything. No comm signals from Sol. Zavala, Ikora, do you read us? Nothing. We're alone.
There we go. Okay. So, vault. Inventory.
I can feel the light here. It's everywhere. The grass, the air. It's not what I expected the heart of the traveler would be like, but it's beautiful, isn't it? And so familiar.
That can go there. That can go there. That can go there. Vault. Inventory. So.
This is city architecture.
That. I want that. I want that. That.
Servants of the witness. They must be remnants from a conquered species.
That. 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 As that twice now, I've almost hit exit game, and then I would have shut my computer off for the rest of the day because I probably wouldn't have been able to get back in.
Oof.
Need to get some chat out of this inventory. So.
There. Light and dark are colliding nearby, forming a wellspring. We can use it.
I can use this? Hey, what does this mean?
Your power tore right through their defenses.
The original mountaintop up to 1900. How fucking weird. Redrick's broadsword, 1900. Weird. Perfect paradox. Perfectly usable again. Boy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That is weird. Try that again.
know this street. I know that shop.
Huh. Did the tessellation always have a catalyst?
No. Is there a spot for it now? Ooh, that's cool.
Fucking beautiful.
Ooh, that was close. Uh-oh. Damn.
Whoa, that is the coolest fucking Ace of Spades skin they have ever done.
Oh, is it the broken one?
It's called 53rd. It's all like Vec looking, like the inside computer part of Vec. Like,
That's interesting. 53rd?
yeah.
That refers to the 53rd card of a deck. It's usually the Joker.
Oh, dude, there's a fucking... There's a skin for the conditional finality called Unconditional Love. It's obviously... There's a Rat King bundle.
No.
The Crown of Vermin. Oh wow, that shade is sick as fuck. Brother. Well, dude, look at that Rat King skin. It's called Opalized Nobility. And you get a rat loyalty percentage for your gift. That's hilarious. Pat's fucking bundle is fine.
It's time.
Tiny Man. So me and Pat have managed to get in. Tiny Man, unfortunately, has not been able to get in.
It's too tiny to get in. I'm just launching it
You're
first.
in a tin can. Plug your headset, plug it back in.
Problem is, I gotta follow cables. Damn it.
Groovadelic Trader.
Ah, there we are.
And some bright dust? Hell yeah. Look at that.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Do you want me to share my screen, Tiny Man? I'm just in the store. I'm not doing it. I'm kind of trying to wait for
No.
you.
I'm okay. I restarted Destiny a couple times, restarted Steam.
Still can't get in?
Yeah.
Bye, you.
Destiny 2 servers are not available. It keeps popping up over and over again.
You know, I just kept hitting that button. Hitting that button.
There we go. Jeez, Discord.
What
Oh, it says
PlayStation 2 game will I play next to end my sadness?
It says
Destiny 2 servers.
Unconditional Love is a charity item, by the way.
Okay, now I have to see this.
2 seconds.
Oh, new shader. Grab that. Thank you. A gilded cage. That's a bronze, nice looking Whisper the Worm.
Yeah.
Yeah, need that Groovadelic.
That Groovadelic, yeah, I picked that up.
Okay, where's this? Unconditional Love. Ah.
It's
Oh,
cool
that's
looking, right?
Yeah, it's weird. It is definitely weird.
I left all the... I still had 1,000 legendary cards to get rid of.
Oops.
I forgot!
Ah, okay. Oh, that's a cool. You know, it's kind of like it's like Defiant style. Like the season of the Defiant.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I like that. How much is that? God damn it. Oh, that sucks. It's like they knew I was going to have to buy silver for that. They knew it. They knew it.
Bird. Ah, no. Forgot. Man, it's so fucking annoying not being able to use them and having to manually transfer all this shit over to the fucking vault and back to my character. I mean, zip. Turn the API back on. Alright, let's see. The Red Death Reformed, baby. Did you pull your Red Death yet from the season pass, Pat?
No. Oh, you can though. That's cool.
Yes, sir.
Not yet. Oh, cool. I actually hit checkpoint when I died there. Gives you a little bit of health back.
The new shader icons are pretty solid. You can definitely get a better tell of what. Okay. Enjoy that. They kind of match what the fuck is going on.
Destiny 2 servers are not available. Dismiss this message and try again. Just keep spamming.
Let me in.
Oh. Listen, Taliban, you're lay your ass down. Get your torch again. Don't lay down. Lay down.
Don't be threatening nobody with a good time like that. You better lay down or I'm gonna get you torched.
Well, I have to get this morning to take the little shit here to the vet again. Update. She keeps scratching her fucking ear, and so the doc's like, oh, there she goes. Doc's like, keep giving her fucking CBD, keep her ass calm 24/7. And we got CBD. Even the guy at the CBD shop, he's a dog owner. He's like, give her some CBD, but also blow in her face too. It'll boost up the CBD basically in her to calm her ass down more because of THC. She keeps scratching it, so we have to put a fucking sock on her fucking head now. She's a sock head.
Dude, there's a universal ornament called the Rat King. The helmet ornament. And it's for Hunter, Warlock, and Titan.
Nice.
Break it the cheese pad.
What are they trying to get at with the fucking all the Rat King shit? What are you trying to tell me, game? Why is Rat King being promoted?
Because I am the Rat King.
I was for the cheese.
That's why they let me in first. Because I'm the Rat King.
They let me in second.
Witness. Holy crap. That is a disciplined helmet.
Did you guys hop in like right at 10, or what time did you guys hop in?
I tried to hop in at 10.
Yeah, I was actually I had the game launched about 9:50, but then I mean it didn't matter. I restarted the game a bunch of times.
I'm gonna restart mine again. Why not? Fuck it.
Now, I'm not telling you to do that because I don't know if that's
This was the
beneficial or
old
not. There may
Vanguard
be some
command
sort of
center,
hidden queue.
but it's
that you're in.
changed. Light
Maybe
and
I am
dark are
dismissing
welling
it
up here,
constantly, so
more than
I'm
I've
just
ever
doing it right
felt before.
It's weird.
Feels
What?
like you
what
could reach
mod
out
am I
and
gonna
pull all that power to you.
They really changed the UI for the better.
Could you?
Radar. Well, duh. It's gonna be it's fucking backup mag. Wait, you can't get backup mag on a rocket launcher?
I thought you did at some point. Used to.
Yeah,
When
I'm
did it
really
change it?
liking this UI overhaul. Locked artifice socket? I
Knocking
can.
your ass out. Good.
Yo, I forgot you could do that. You can spend an exotic cipher to turn your exotic armor into artifice armor, or to give your exotic artifice mods. So if I did that,
Mag on that, and then
why would I want to?
You know, there is a can of liquid edible in the fridge fusion.
Mm-hmm.
Edible.
So there's that there. That's right.
I'm learning. I'm absorbing.
I see. You absorb the
Not,
liquid THC later.
yeah.
Yeah, CBD dog, and I'm about to shotgun you another round, so lay your ass down. There we go. Zeus, he didn't know what it was, so he ate 2 edibles by accident. It was a fucking CBD. Now his ass is passed out.
I'm glowing. Huh?
Oh, what is this? Nom, 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 nom.
The line between light
It won't
and
let
dark
me.
it's
What?
gone.
It
It's
won't
gone.
let me change the difficulty.
Guardian, you're
Why?
You fused light and
Not
dark into
unlocked
harmony.
yet.
How?
Play some music.
Just wanted to eat Abo's food. Okay, what am I clicking on? Prismat. Are you telling me that this is bugged for 21 by 9? You have all your cutscenes in 21 by 9, and but then the game itself is just like 16 by 9?
Yep, that's all we can do. No, you can't. No, that's all we can do. We change.
Inspect my ass. Okay.
I'd rather not.
Leveling. Transcendence. Utility ability. Oh, I get the thruster. I forgot you get the thruster in this. That guy. Okay, I got weird.
Yeah. Oh.
Pick
Anybody
up and
wants to
overpower.
follow along for the unfortunate that are not in the game. I'm at least gonna do the first solo mission because you can't party up until that's over.
What does it want me to do? While using your prismatic subclass. Okay. Okay.
We can use this. We're stronger than we've ever been. We can use this. Let's go. The transponder signal isn't far.
Okay. I have to stop here. Get ready for the dentist.
Yeah. I would leave your game up and maybe put mouse jiggler on or something so you don't.
Oh my god.
Jiggle the wiggle, they say.
I already got out.
No.
Whatever. Well, I'm pretty sure it'll be all solid and good, and we'll just be able to do all the things we wanted to do forever. Yeah, right? Yeah. Cool. Good talk. Glad we had it. I feel good now. Feel better about it. Nothing in the world can tell me that I can't play. I'm so fucking tired.
For what? What'd you do? Today off.
I woke up early.
I know. So did I. 9.
Well, you had to. Well, I guess I needed to as well. But that's beside the point.
Isn't there like a Jack Box near you? Get some Jack Box coffee. That's just like fucking jet fuel. So.
No, because I gotta
You'll be
go
awake.
to the
You'll be fine.
dentist. I can't eat right now. Could, but anyways. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna shower and yeah. I think I'm on the 3rd mission right now, so I don't know how far that is. But yeah. I'd be down to play if you guys are on later tonight.
Oh yeah.
We'll be here. Trust me. I'm behind here all day since I
Sorry.
sign in.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
See you, man.
Peace. Alright. I'm out. I feel like I gotta take a shit. My stomach's all out of whack. Like and subscribe. Posture check. Hydration check. Stay prismatic.